Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 24 to order. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will also be available for members to help with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and we'll call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or motion, I ask that members ensure they turn their video on and raise their hand or indicate their vote. And I want to remind that you must submit and approve your motions by email. You can do that at ph@toronto.ca. If there are any visiting members, and I don't see any at the moment, but if they join us, I encourage everybody to turn on their video so we know who's present and clerks can keep minutes. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Okay, seeing none, let's proceed with the agenda review. Item 24.1, Geary Works Planning Study and City initiated official plan amendment and zoning amendment final report. We have speakers, so we'll need to hold that down. Item 2, short-term rental updates and exploring their conversion to longer-term housing. We have speakers on that in the presentation. Modernizing Chapter 489, grass and weeds to streamline processes and support biodiversity. We have speakers on that, and I call the attention to all the members that there is a supplementary report that contains recommendations as well. So if you haven't seen it, it's on CMP. Item 24.4, Concept to Keys Development Application Review Program, second quarter of 2021 update. We need to hold that for presentation and speakers. 24.5, mandatory pre-application consultation, proposed amendments to the official plan and to municipal code. We have to hold that because we have speakers. 24.6, creating 172 new affordable rental homes at 304 the East Mall. Would anybody, does anybody need to hold?
I'll move that, Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher moves that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 24.7, right-sizing housing and generational turnover. We have presentation and speakers. 24.8, Midtown Infrastructure Implementation Strategies Interim Report.
I'm just going to hold that for a minute.
Councillor Fletcher would like to hold that. 24.9, disposal of land in parks and open space areas and the green space system for certain infrastructure and conversion projects, draft official plan amendment We have staff presentation and speakers on that item. And final item, 24.10, Townhouse and Low-Rise Apartment Guidelines Monitoring Report. Anybody needs to hold that, or can we move that?
I'll move it. I'll
Okay.
move it.
Councillor Nunziata will move that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So, okay. Let's start with item number 1. Geary Works Planning Study and City-Initiated Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment Final Report. And we have speakers. Our first speaker today is Coco Wong. Coco, good afternoon.
To the chair, that speaker is currently not present.
Okay, we'll move to next speaker, Brooke Paulson. Good afternoon, Brooke.
To the chair, that speaker is present. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Good afternoon, Brooke. Thanks for joining us. You'll have 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. My name is Brooke Paulson. I am an actor, screenwriter, and musician, and have resided in the city of Toronto for the last 10 years following my move from Manitoba in the year 2011. There are a myriad of reasons why I've chosen to speak today, but the primary one is to give context and to hopefully clarify that any religious building erected on the grounds of 330 and 332 Geary Avenue would be a detriment to the surrounding community and its culture. Further, allowing C3 Global to go anywhere near this land would hold many consequences for the city. As both an artist and as a former member of C3 Toronto from late 2015 until late 2018, my stance could be one viewed as rooted in some bias. However, my hesitation on the ownership of the property being transferred to C3 Toronto, C3 Global, or its constituents is backed not only by my personal experience, but by the experience and concern of dozens of others who have so generously shared their stories with me for the last 3 years, right up until this morning. If we're looking at the logistical effects of a church or its offices being used in this neighborhood, the past tendencies of C3 immersing itself in communities that do not welcome them should be carefully considered. I'm of the opinion that discussions on traffic studies, zoning, and the lack of parking around the area should be studied further if considering the allowance of a religious institution. To quote the city directly, the Geary Works study has been focused on retaining the street as a place for business and economic opportunity, places of worship where one of the uses removed from the employment areas permissions as part of OPA 231 because of the amount of employment land they were taking up, thereby limiting the amount of land available for employment uses. By this logic, the very idea that even an office belonging to C3 poses a threat for the economic value of the land, as they've been known to lease these spaces back to themselves to use as a place for worship. Churches like Hillsong, New York act as a fair comparison to the long-term vision of C3 Toronto and Sam Picken, so I will be using them as an example. To quote a former board member of Hillsong, New York, there's a line to wait to go into the church service, so any businesses nearby are completely inconvenienced either by that or by the line, or by members constantly going into businesses and inviting them to the church. The volunteers who would man the line would attempt to ensure entrances weren't blocked to businesses, but it wasn't a guarantee. Some people on the line were more concerned with trying to get new members into church from those businesses rather than show concern for the actual businesses themselves. If we're looking at the financial integrity of C3, there are an alarming number of red flags. A previous board member who practices law left the board and the church shortly after getting an audit on C3. The audit came back clean, but had every indication of scrubbing. There was such indication that they'd been tampered with that this man had the potential to lose his license to practice law. He effectively left the board of C3 shortly after. I'd like to add that Jess Picken, Sam, the lead pastor's wife, signed the checks at the church until very recently and held a position on the board from 2015 to 2017, going against the requirement that board members be at arm's length. Additionally, there is a moral requirement by the arts community to uphold our values of inclusivity, of social and economic equity for all. The appeal of the City of Toronto, and the reason I didn't move back when it would have been very easy to do so, is because of the city's diversity. I've been fortunate to have traveled as much as I have, and I'm still hard-pressed to find anywhere as progressive, multicultural, and diverse as Toronto. Incorporating a business which stands to amplify harmful rhetoric and their continued lack of inclusion for female and BIPOC voices would pose a risk to the surrounding businesses and, in my opinion, to the city at large. On a final note, another majority white corporation coming in and claiming land before they actually own it is not a good look for Toronto. Lands can't be staked this way anymore. A simple flag plant, or in C3's case, a viral intended video, and inflammatory Instagram posts are not going to cut it with regards to persuasion. In light of the very recent news, we as a country are now given the task of carefully examining the repercussions of our country's colonial legacy with regards to residential schools, forced sterilizations, the foster care system, birth alerts, gentrification, starlight tours, and participation in overseas land conflicts. I still identify as a practicing Christian, but if we don't want our politicians to have to apologize for another human rights issue in 100 years, please do not enact this building or anything remotely tethered to C3 Global in its place. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brooke. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Brooke, and for your deputation. Next, we have Penny Goldie.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Good afternoon, Penny. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Penny Goldie. I live in Primrose Housing Cooperative, office address 1541 Davenport Road, located at the northeast corner of Primrose Avenue and Davenport Road, a few minutes walk north of Geary Avenue. Yesterday, I sent a written explanation of my interest and why it connects to the proposed changes regarding Geary. I will go over that briefly before turning to specifics. My family and my neighbors will be affected by any zoning changes because we live in the immediate environs of the Geary Parkette and Trail system. Indeed, the co-op's parking lot actually informally right now functions as part of that system of the trails and parkettes that begin at Salem and Geary and wind northwest towards Lansdowne and Davenport, where they hit a break point between the western end of Beaver Avenue right at the entrance to our parking lot. People wishing to proceed to Primrose Avenue Parkette or to the final end of this pathway system, Earls Court Park, therefore, do so by crossing our parking lot. That is why I believe creating a passage from Beaver to Primrose through the empty, grassy Toronto Hydro-owned field just south of Primrose Co-op belongs in any discussion of zoning changes that would increase local traffic, whether pedestrian or auto. It is reasonable to expect the zoning change will do just that, since the planning proposal calls for, now I'm quoting, active, animated, non-residential uses at ground level and gentle intensification of non-residential uses, end of quote. Foot traffic is already high. During the COVID-19
Penny, can you hear me? Penny, are you there?
To the chair, if you'd like to move to the next speaker, I can connect with that speaker directly to troubleshoot.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, we have Helena Gardnolick. Good afternoon, Helena.
To the chair, that speaker is not connected.
No, okay. Next speaker, we have Paul Ramirez. Good afternoon, Paul.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. One moment, please. Paul Ramirez, I am now unmuting your mic.
Good afternoon, Paul. You have 5 minutes.
Hi,
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Ramirez, and I've been a proud Toronto resident since 2011, an active musician since 2002, the year of my Juno-nominated band, The Flatliners' inception. In addition to being a musician, I have also worked in the live music industry in Toronto under many roles for the past 15 years, from stagehand to promoter representative and production manager. I'm here with you today to shed some light on what these art spaces that reside on Geary Ave are and why they are best suited in a location like the end of Geary Ave, and how important they are to the music and arts community here in Toronto. These spaces are kind of like the city's largest music venue that the public isn't aware of. Most of these DIY art spaces that are referred to in the Geary Work Survey are actually live music rehearsal spaces. These spaces are, for the most part, small, windowless rooms with thick insulation and carpeted walls to help curb the noise of drums, guitar amplifiers, and PA sounds from escaping to the outside world. They are not glamorous, but they are vital to artists who use them to hone their skills and collaborate with other artists on music and other mixed media in a safe, discreet, and personal setting before taking it to the stage and public. The Geary Ave Rehearsal Factory buildings are home to 87 monthly and hourly rehearsal rooms, the largest of its kind in the city. There are both hobbyists and career musicians who have been using these spaces to craft their art for over 20 years. Aside from being a safe space for artists to work, they also serve as safe storage for valuable personal musical equipment, which storing and using at home is not conducive to the average Toronto dwelling. Like my instrument, the drums. Can you imagine your neighbor bashing away on a set of drums day in and day out? Aren't you glad that they have somewhere else to make all that noise? These rehearsal spaces on Geary are flanked by railroad tracks and industrial buildings on a dead-end street, tucked away from a bustling community corridor and homes. Making music, for the most part, is loud, and artists have found refuge for these workspaces in industrial areas to escape excessive noise bylaws. We as musicians do not want our art to disturb the community we reside in, but we also need these spaces to be accessible and somewhat conveniently located. Think of these spaces like a personal gym, which also involves equipment and excessive noise that is also not practical in most homes. You'd want your gym to be accessible and close to the community. And in a way, these spaces are like a gym, both for your body and your mind. The euphoric feeling from playing music has been compared to a runner's high. Simply put, the mental health benefits of playing music are unmatchable. It's an amazing physical and mental outlet for thousands in our city. I couldn't tell you how it would feel if I didn't have somewhere to go and play drums for a few hours a week. Playing music feeds my soul and countless others in our community. With the mass sale of the rehearsal factory locations in the city, the city is on track to lose 260 monthly and hourly rehearsal rooms. It is incalculable to know how many groups of artists will be affected by these closures, but the estimates are in the thousands. Just think that 260 artists a day won't have a safe space to work on their art in the coming months and years. These spaces are among the last remaining affordable rehearsal and recording studios in Toronto, and without a safe space to work on their art, this becomes a real threat to the typically burgeoning scene of artists I have been so proud to be a part of for all these years. These closures will directly affect the city's arts community and nighttime economy. Without these affordable spaces for Toronto's musicians to rehearse and create art, the city is in grave danger of pushing these individuals and artists to find rehearsal spaces in other municipalities outside of Toronto and the GTA. For many musicians, this will in essence mean their job is being relocated. Simply put, musicians will move to other cities to find rehearsal spaces, creating a void in Toronto's arts and entertainment community. I believe live music art spaces need representation in Toronto and should be included in city planning and zoning to help preserve and allocate resources for the arts community. Some fellow musicians and I have started the Save Artists Rehearsal Spaces Toronto group and are exploring avenues with the city, provincial, and federal governments to preserve and allocate resources to building new art spaces. I am a proud Toronto musician and hope to keep it that way for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions of the speaker? I do have a couple of questions. So, Paul, the intent of this study was actually to help preserve these kinds of spaces that you so well described on Geary. Everybody agrees that it's a real special place, and it's a great space to have the spaces you described. Do you have any further suggestions for us that we didn't include in the study? That, I mean, obviously the city doesn't control the purchase and sale of private properties, but the intent is to create tools that we can help in securing that Geary continues to be a place where you can rehearse, other people can produce music, other people can produce art, all these are in there. Do you have any suggestions that you would like to see in this report right now?
I think just including some language in the zoning and having space for the arts specifically. Doesn't even have to just be the musical arts, but just allocating spaces for this, because losing something like the Geary Rehearsal Factory location, it's the largest of its kind. I don't know where else that many artists are going to go. It's central enough. It's not in the core, but as the survey kind of suggests, like artists are being pushed out of the core, and this is the most central location. The Rehearsal Factory location at Richmond and Bathurst just sold and is about to close, and they're about to lose 40 rooms there. So just to work with the city planning to find more spaces and more zoning to benefit the arts community.
And Paul, my question to you, I think it'd be helpful for us to put a working group together with economic development, our music office, to really look at Geary. Would you be willing to be part of such group?
Of course, and I'm working with some other musicians that I've connected with through starting a simple Facebook page, and we're definitely all willing to work with the city any way we can.
Okay.
Of course.
Great. Looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, we have Sandy DeFelice.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Good afternoon, Sandy. You have 5 minutes.
To the chair, it doesn't appear that we can hear the speaker. If you can give me 1 moment to troubleshoot. To the chair, we will be connecting that speaker by phone.
Thank you.
I am now unmuting Sandy's phone line.
Good afternoon, Sandy. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. As 41-year property owners and 65-year residents in Davenport, my comments here today are on behalf of my parents, the property owners of 44 and 46 Geary Avenue, properties to which a significant number of the recommended changes are impacting their properties. In their mid-80s, sequestered due to COVID, they recently caught up to the Geary works and today's planning report. They remain concerned at the lack of equity and consultation and efforts to address and mediate their concerns in advance of today's meeting. They're also disappointed that the committee would not consider a deferral when staff knew that they were at a family funeral right now, a family funeral that I'm forced to miss to represent their interests. My parents have seen the generic evolution of Geary Avenue, and they appreciate the distinct areas and separate vibe of the street. Geary is a street with three zones. Efforts to homogenize it really require review. They appreciate that there has been an expansive amount of current and existing development flanking Geary Avenue in the residential and in the commercial properties. While my parents are not currently concerned about the Galleria, Geary Lofts, 840 DuPont, the brick development, or even the excessive residential development that is already allowed flanking their residential property, they don't understand why those same developments are now causing jeopardy to the use and zoning of their property. As a result, they are objecting to the proposed listing of their property on the Heritage Designation Register, the zoning recommendations and the resulting tax impacts, and the transportation and parking recommendations which currently impact their property. All but 3 months of this consultation were conducted within a COVID lockdown. They were excluded. They were not notified, they are not online, and they did not leave their homes as required by law. The city report specifically excluded property owners from its consultation. I draw your attention to page 10 of your vision report. They request that the city undertake its due diligence and proactively consult with property owners and defer this report until such a time as that can happen. In the interim, I offer their lens on the planning report. They're really confused as to why this, why now, especially when so many parts of the study are incomplete. Rail safety, parking, heritage, innovation, the Ontario line assessment, economic development, POP, parking, all of them are still remaining reports, and all of this report was done during lockdown. They don't understand how they could actually even get the information to help them put forward any type of a sound recommendation against what the report is offering. They are concerned that there's an effort to force a cultural vibe. Culture is very generic. They don't understand how the gentrification offered in the report is the same thing that the community purports to reject. They haven't been provided with information about the employment areas, and they also haven't been provided with the information on the tax implications of this report on their properties. These are all requests, Councillor, that we have put through your office. They also don't understand why this property would be limited via zoning and heritage when existing flanking residential and surrounding development projects today are already permitted more latitude, reuse, built form, and zoning. They are also concerned that heritage planners confirmed their use to use the Heritage Register listing as a means to seek designation. This transparency was not provided to property owners in your own PowerPoint report that you made at one of your meetings. And we asked for the report, which we still have yet to receive, about the rationale for this proposed listing. This process would put undue onerous expense on other property owners, as well as my parents at 44 and 46 Geary. They're significantly concerned about the lack of transparency on this particular issue. They also are concerned about the tax burden of the zoning. We've asked your office, Councillor, for what the implications are from a change of residential zoning to the CR zoning recommended in the report. We've made that request several times. We have not received that information. They also don't believe that the tax burden of a BIA should be introduced as part of one of the economic development recommendations. In an online commercial world, the additional expense of a BIA on a proposed tenant is a concern. They share those same concerns about the restrictions being put on boulevard and on-street parking in your report. Those two would create additional onerous considerations for any potential commercial tenants that they would have under this proposed zoning change.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. You're 5 minutes. You're
Sure.
over the 5 minutes. So one last sentence.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, as proud contributors to the economic, social, and cultural fabric of Davenport, they request a deferral of the report until the city undertakes its due diligence, consulting with property owners, and proactively and fully communicating all the plans and implications of this report on their properties at 44 and 40 Geary Avenue.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Sandy.
Council, disappointed that your staff would not,
Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. That concludes your presentation. Can we go back to Penny? Is Penny connected?
To the chair, I attempted to connect with Penny, but I was unable to do so. But they are still connected to the session from their original time. I am now unmuting Penny's mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Penny.
Thank you. Should I start from the beginning?
Yes, I
Should
think
I
it's
start
better.
from the beginning?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. I live at Housing Cooperative office address 1541 Davenport Road, located at the northeast corner of Primrose Avenue in Davenport, a few minutes walk of the area being discussed on Geary Avenue. Yesterday, I did send you basically what I'm reading from so that you are, and everybody is getting the same information. My family and my neighbors will be affected by any zoning changes because we live in the immediate environs of the Geary, Parkette, and Trail system. Indeed, the co-op parking lot actually, unfortunately, informally functions as part of that system, which begins at Salem and Geary and winds northwest towards Lansdowne and Davenport, and hits a break between the western end of Beaver Avenue, right at the entrance to our parking lot. People wishing to proceed to Primrose Avenue Parkette or to the final end of this pathway system, Earls Court Park, therefore do so by crossing our actual parking lot. That is why I believe creating a passage from Beaver to Primrose through the empty grassy Toronto Hydro-owned field just south of Primrose belongs in any discussion of zoning changes that would increase local traffic, whether pedestrian or auto. It is reasonable to expect the zoning change will do just that, since the planning proposal calls for, now I'm quoting, active, animated, non-residential uses at ground level and gentle intensification of non-residential uses, end of quote. Foot traffic is already high. During the COVID-19 pandemic and associated lockdowns, many co-op members, many seniors aging in place have certainly intensified our use of this parkette and trail for walking and exercise generally. People crossing our parking lot is usually not a major issue for co-op members, but the city should take an interest in its safety aspects. There are large numbers of small children heading for the parkette summer wading pool and year-round playground equipment, especially on weekends. And now, of course, during the weekdays, walking and bicycling between our parked cars ahead of or behind their accompanying adults. There are also a lot of dog walkers, presumably headed for the fenced-in dog park at Earls Court. Also in the past, non-members have used our parking lot to park, unload for a park day with their children, presumably because the free street parking during the day, we also have existing permit parking for the neighborhood, and it's already hard to find. Some years ago, before the pandemic, there was word of the city was looking for suggestions on what to do with this piece of land I'm discussing, in the sense of creating a passageway from Beaver to Primrose and the Parkette. Since then, we in the co-op have not heard any further developments regarding any plans. I believe the passage should be constructed and completed in tandem with the zoning changes proposed for Geary Avenue. Keep this particular piece of land a green space. Once a pathway or passage is put through, there will still be large patches of empty land on either side. Basically, what I would like the city to consider is various options for that extra space. I will, after this now, because of being cut off, will send you photos with examples. First is fencing. A fence between the southern edge of the co-op parking lot and the passageway will increase safety, and an interwoven fence made of recycled wood byproducts would not require a lot of maintenance. Fences lining the actual public pathway could be split rail, again, relatively maintenance-free. Second is seating. Benches could be made of the same wood byproducts that is in keeping with Toronto's existing public benches. And finally, what my interest is to keep this a green space. So third, a community combination of a vegetable, herb, Ontario natural wildflowers that would be welcomed by the co-op and our neighbors. Soil testing could be done, but we could have raised boat-shaped garden platforms like the canoe at the old toll gate site at Bathurst and Davenport, or raised rowboat allotments at Martel Parkette on Madison Avenue near Bloor. These are common in the city and would pay tribute to our history, both settler and Indigenous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penny. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you, and please do send us that information. That concludes the list of speakers on this item. We're moving now to questions of staff. Any members of the committee with questions of staff? Seeing none, I do have a few myself. Through to planning. Can you tell me when this study started and when we started with consultations with the community?
Through the speaker, I'm going to ask the planner who's been working on the project to help out with your question, Councillor Tom Rees.
Thank you.
Hi, Speaker. Yes, we started consultation in November of 2019. We had a stakeholder meeting and a community consultation meeting in late 2019. Then a bit of a break with COVID and the new online form. And then in November of 2020 and again in March of 2021, we had 2 more community meetings, as well as another stakeholder meeting in around December of 2020. There were also 2 online surveys that were conducted between November 2019 and February 2021.
Okay, and those online surveys, there were online, but there was actually information that was distributed in the area with that information of the online survey?
The online surveys were advertised through the community meetings, and my mistake, it was actually between February 2019 or between November 2019 and February 2020, and they were advertised through the meeting as well as on the Geary Works website.
Okay. And the some of the recommendations that you have in here are from economic development and planning, and some of them talk about the zoning and conversion, but you're not suggesting any conversion for residential. What you're talking about is zoning changes that will facilitate the use of the creative use, the producers, musicians, artists, creators in this space. Is that correct?
Yes, so there's really 2 parts to the land use strategy. The first is represented in the proposed official plan amendment and rezoning, and that looks at where there's residential already permitted by the official plan between Ossington and Dovercourt. That would continue, but be limited to only half the property in the future. And then everywhere west of Dovercourt, where there is no residential permission on the employment lands, that would be maintained. So there's no proposed conversion to introduce new residential. And there, through the municipal comprehensive review considerations, which basically represent the community vision, but not yet staff's vision, that's where we're looking at potentially considering additional cultural uses such as performing art studios or entertainment places of assembly or whatnot.
Okay.
And that'll be looked at later this year.
Great. Is there anything in the current zoning or in your recommendations that would allow a church in this area?
No. No, a place of worship didn't come up through the community visioning process or by staff, and so there was no plan to introduce a place of worship in this area.
Would your professional opinion be that it's not in keeping with the vision and what we've heard from the community, a church in this area?
I would say that it's general city policy at this point to not have new places of worship in employment areas, and that would, I think, apply in this case as well.
Okay. Through economic development, you talk about the creation of a cultural corridor in here. Can you expand on that?
Perhaps I could give this to my colleague in economic development who might be better qualified to answer, Laurie Martin.
Yeah.
For you, Madam Chairman, woman, the cultural corridor has been something that we've talked about, was brought up at the stakeholder meetings, the public consultation meetings. I'm thinking about Michael McClellan's work, the waterfront cultural corridors. I'm thinking about the staff report that I authored 2 years back on Bloor Street. And I'm thinking about how we could do it because each one is unique. And we're thinking about the Geary lane as it relates to the Green Line. So that's a corridor of sorts too. So I'm thinking that there's going to be some work with regards to transportation services and with our colleagues in Parks and Rec. What we want to do is reach out to the people that are expressed interest, who may be thinking about a BIA, collect their ideas and have a little bit of fun with regards to a interim logo for Geary Avenue. Maybe a tagline. Maybe the tagline is Geary Work. You don't want to try too hard, but we wanted to start the conversation happening.
Okay. To the music office, is anybody from the music office here?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'm here, Mike Tanner.
Thank you, Mike. So there's this strip is particularly important for the music scene in our city. Is that correct in terms of rehearsal space, production space, and so on?
Yeah, certainly as Paul Ramirez, one of the speakers, noted, that rehearsal factory on Geary has been a really important facility for the music community for a long time. And going back, I'm going to say to around 2012, there's been a lot of cultural activity on Geary Avenue, mostly of the kind of DIY pop-up nature. The rehearsal factory in Geary Lane at 360 Geary were the only licensed businesses to have that kind of thing happening. But there were a number of different event organizers, promoters who were bringing events to Geary Avenue for all that time, despite existing zoning restrictions. I mean, art kind of goes where art can afford to go. That area has been an interesting area because of its quasi-industrial look and feel. It's not too far from where a lot of the musicians and the audiences live. So it has been and continues to be an important area for the city's cultural and particularly DIY music communities.
So Mike, does it make sense that we put a table together to really explore and work on this cultural corridor with your office and the different sectors, and particularly the music, people involved in the music sector on the street? I think we need to go a bit further than just creating a logo. I think we need some concrete actions to create a true cultural corridor, and in particular in relation to the music.
Yeah, we're happy to participate in that, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, you may have answered this already. I just had, do you have any idea, and I guess I'm going to ask Mr. Tanner, how many rehearsal spaces, how many small club venues have been lost? But in particular, those type of rehearsal spaces that are tucked away here and there?
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, since the pandemic began, Toronto's lost somewhere around 15 bona fide music venues. As for rehearsal spaces, the Rehearsal Factory is a franchise, as you probably know. It owns about 6 facilities like the one on Geary Avenue in the GTA, including, I believe, Mississauga and Oshawa. My understanding, and I'm following this in the news just like others are, is that there are a number of the other franchise locations that have been sold recently, including the one on Richmond Street, as the speaker noted. The one on Front Street was sold a couple of years ago, but has continued to operate as a rehearsal factory location. But that whole part of the ecosystem is under threat for the same reasons that a lot of the other cultural infrastructure, in the city is under threat. That is rising land values, pressures of development. So places that musicians can go to rehearse where they're not going to disturb the neighbors are difficult to find in the city. We're starting to look at whether opportunities exist with, for example, underutilized churches in different parts of the city, school buildings, other kinds of places where musicians can go. And again, as the speaker noted, play some drums or turn on an amp without bothering people around them.
So some of these, the former industrial properties are really well set out for rehearsal space because the walls are thick. There's no house right next door. They're kind of perfect. Do we have a strategy for trying to maintain, though I know this is a strategy here on Geary, but is there a broader strategy in identifying some of those places? I know there are some on Carlaw and other locations that are dedicated, but so important for our industry and for not the stars, it's not this Blue Rodeo doesn't use the space, but many other people do.
Yeah, and they won't become stars unless they've got that space to incubate that talent. We've been working in economic development and culture on a report on emerging entertainment areas in the city, but it focuses more for the time being on actual sort of outward facing entertainment where the public could go, not so much on rehearsal spaces. If I'm catching your drift, it sounds like it would be something you're suggesting that we really pursue, looking at industrial areas that doesn't require public assembly and zoning changes for this type of activity to occur.
There might be some already, but simply looking where there are all the pockets that exist. Like this is a pocket, Geary. There are Carlaw's a pocket. There's pockets around the city that may already have that. How can we protect those? And how important is that? You called it an ecosystem, Mike. I think it truly is an ecosystem. It's the tadpole growing up into the frog prince, right?
Yeah.
And we can't lose all the tadpoles or we won't have any frog princes or princesses. So I'm just interested in, I know you're studying that, but that ecosystem and how important it is for our economy to find a way to maintain some of these venues. In the
Yes.
same way we have with the film industry, maintain that venue, make sure we don't lose that space. Without studios, we wouldn't have an industry. Without small clubs, rehearsal spaces, etc., we wouldn't be able to have a Canadian industry. It would just all be people coming from other places.
We'll make that a priority to connect with our colleagues in planning and start by looking at what kind of activity is permitted in different pockets that you're suggesting, so that we can maybe take more tangible steps towards fostering that kind of activity. I agree with everything you've said.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? Oh, sorry.
I will
Just one
quickly
moment, Councillor. Before we
sorry.
move to speakers, I have to pass it on to clerks because I think they need to check on something.
Hello, this is the clerk's office to call in user 416-690. I'm unmuting your mic. If you could please let us know if you're a speaker on an item. Call in user 416-690. You are currently unmuted. If you could please let us know if you are a speaker on an item.
No.
Hello? Hello? I just heard you speak. Call in user 416-690. Are you a registered speaker on an item?
No.
Okay, thank you. This is the clerk's office to call in user 416-803. I am unmuting your mic. If you could please let us know if you are a registered speaker on an item. Call in user 416-803. If you could please let us know if you're a registered speaker on an item. to the chair, I pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, members of the committee, for cooperation. Now, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. On this item, I just want to say how happy I am and impressed I am with you, Madam Chair, for having identified this really important cultural stretch, for having initiated all of this work, and I think the motions that you're going to make to further the work in really trying to maintain the critical mass for this rehearsal space for the music industry on Geary Avenue in the West End. It is a focal point, it's a destination, it's kind of a ground zero point. As I said to Mr. Tanner, you know, it's not where Blue Rodeo is going to go and play, or they have their own rehearsal space, but it is where so many musicians in the West End, is just full of them, need to go to play or to present. And throughout the pandemic, we have had some discussions with venues that present live music. I don't know if Mr. Tanner was there and pulled that together with small venues, but not the large Live Nation, the large corporate ones, but those in the city who own venues, who for many years have provided live music, like the Horseshoe and other spots. And then we have worked to make sure that there's some relief for them, for their music industry. So I think in for a penny, in for a pound, I think we need to be very aggressive about a strip like this, and would follow your lead in any way, Madam Chair, to ensure that we maintain a zone that is so perfect that it can't be replicated anywhere else. You can't find those types of industrial locations that lend themselves so perfectly to music. Also, I just have one on Carlaw. There's a large rehearsal space there. There's welding. There's many things that are kind of noisy and can't be right in a neighborhood. And you could never construct them because it was an old Domtar plant. And the walls are so thick in these spaces that they lend themselves perfectly for these adaptive reuses. So I am just encouraging you to go the distance, and I think that your committee and your council will support you on this. And thank you for your foresight and your work. It was a great story in the Star, and all your constituents coming down to say, maintain this, hold the line here on Geary Avenue, no matter what it takes.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? No, seeing none, I would like to say a few words. I also have a motion that I would like to get moved, and I'll start by explaining the motion. Motion 1 is to make sure that through the municipal comprehensive review, we do look at the zoning. And again, I want to be very, very clear. This is not, nobody's looking at any residential permission. What we're looking at the conversions here is to add some uses to allow for these culture spaces to happen here in this on this strip. So that's recommendation 1. Recommendation 2 is actually adding to this area. I have just outside Geary, but on the north side of DuPont, an area that is employment. And it's core employment, but we need we're asking to change it to general employment again, because there's a lot of these creative uses that want to get established in there, and we're finding it, we're getting a really hard time to have some of these opportunities being created, and we believe there's great opportunities in there as well, because again, against the tracks, old industrial sites, very good for these noisy uses that need to be close to neighborhoods but outside our neighborhoods. Motion number 3 is really around the economic development, and I will fine-tune it even at council, just because I think that this idea of the cultural corridor needs to be worked on with the community, with the people that are already there. One of the things that we heard during our consultations is it's a fine balance because there's a vibe on that street that people don't want to lose that is being created organically. And I think we need to be very careful with our interventions on the street because we want this to be preserved, people not being pushed out, but let these things to happen organically as well because some of the... You need to pause. We need to fix audio. I'm sorry, members of the committee. It seems like we're having some issues with our audio and Clerks has asked me to pause.
Francis, just say something in your mic. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Could you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you.
Hear you. We could hear you. Yep.
Yeah,
We,
we heard you just fine until you said you were going to stop.
Until you
because-
said we heard you fine until you said we couldn't hear you.
We were fine, so just continue.
It seems like Clerks is checking. There seems to be some difficulties.
Maybe
No,
it's the
but we can hear
broadcast
you.
feature.
Anna, we can hear you.
I know, but they're concerned about the public, right? We need to make sure that people watch. This is a public meeting. We need to
broadcast
make sure
feature
that the
might
public
not
can
be
hear us.
working. We just go on Timus and see what's
And
happening.
I was all ready to blame Brad.
What did you do,
You're so
Brad?
quiet.
I can continue? Okay, so I've been told I can continue. And since I think that most people were hearing me, I will just continue from where I left off, which was on point 3 and basically saying that I do believe that we need to set up a table with economic development and culture and our music office and different culture and spaces in that stretch already. And then the number 4 is around the transportation, public and mobility and its and public realm strategy, and ask for these reports to come back, giving it a time because the report didn't specify a time frame. Colleagues, as we've experienced in many of our neighborhoods, a lot of these uses that we have today on Geary, you know, some related to music, some related to art, some related to, you know, small manufacturers, they constantly get pushed out of some of our neighborhoods. And when I got elected in 2018 and had the privilege of representing the area north of DuPont, I started having conversations with many of the business there, and we very clearly identified that we needed to respond to this pressure that was going to come sooner, much sooner rather than later. And honestly, that we're starting to feel that pressure, as you heard from many deputants with regards to this church that now wants to get established on this street, and really not appropriate with where we want to take this community and the uses that we want to have on this street. So. But one thing that we heard as well is this, as I was saying, this organic cultural corridor and makers and producers corridor that has kind of come together on Geary Street. So I think that what this study does is create some parameters, some direction, some vision for us to continue to work with the local community and the local organizations on that strip to ensure that we continue to have these uses right in the heart of our community and have them not being continuously pushed out for neighborhoods, and we can continue to support many sectors, such as we heard here loud and clear today from the music sector. This is a really important area for musicians, in particular around production and rehearsal space. And so I thank you for your support and thank staff for the work that they've done. This is just the beginning. I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done to ensure that we have a thriving, vibrant Geary Street where we continue to have music, culture, and maker spaces and noisy spaces right in the heart of our neighborhoods. So thank you. Can we please have a vote on my motion? All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. That takes us to item 24.2, short-term rental updates and exploring their conversion to longer-term housing. We have a presentation from staff. Abby?
Yes, good afternoon, Speaker and committee. I'd like to do some introductions of this item. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat. Back in 2020, staff were asked to report back on the feasibility of converting short-term rental units to the longer-term market for people living on lower income and in need of rental housing in our city. We wanted to understand the impact of COVID-19 on the existing short-term rental market, as well as to understand how the city's new short-term rental regulations were affecting our rental market, as well to see how the rents for these new units could compare to citywide averages. So to help us answer this question, we engaged the services of Professor David Walksmith and the team at Urban Politics and Governance Research at McGill University. So David is one of the world's leading experts on the impact of short-term rental platforms on cities around the world, and he consults widely with municipalities and community organizations on designing appropriate regulations. He's also the recipient of the 2020 CMHC President's Medal for Outstanding Housing Research related to this work. We've asked Dr. Walksmith today to present his findings to you as you consider this report that you have in front of you, and he will also be available to answer your questions on the research and findings following the presentation. And with that, I'll hand over to Dr. Walksmith. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the introduction, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm just going to get my screen shared. Assuming that that's looking good to everybody, I'll get going. I want to give a brief overview of the work that we did earlier in this year, but hopefully a lot of the findings here will be more like I'm going to plant flags for future Q&A. So there's a lot that's going to be on the slides, but I'd be very happy to dig into any of the details on any of this material as folks would like. So as Abby said, we were asked to look at a variety of issues related to the short-term rental market in Toronto in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and the new regulations that have just come online. So what I'm going to do is very briefly give an overview of the short-term rental market in Toronto and its housing impacts. I'm going to look, I'm going to describe our findings about short-term rentals returning to the long-term market during COVID. I'm going to discuss a very, very early perspective on the impacts of Toronto's regulations as of the beginning of 2021, and then discuss in a little bit more detail the final considerations around short-term rentals which have been returning to the long-term market. Just very quickly before I get going, just to describe the data sources that our research has relied on. We have a database with information about every single Airbnb and VRBO property in the world, but also in the city of Toronto, and their activity every day since 2015, if they were reserved or not, what the price was, a bunch of other details. We also, since the start of the pandemic, have been collecting information about long-term rental ads on Craigslist and Kijiji. And now, importantly, we have photographs used to list both the Airbnb and VRBO short-term rentals and the long-term rentals on Craigslist and Kijiji. And so we've created image matching software, which lets us see if the same photo gets used for an Airbnb, earlier this year, and then a Craigslist ad later this year, to establish an identity between short-term rentals and long-term rental listings, which I'll come back to. And then finally, of course, we worked with the information in the City of Toronto's short-term rental registration database. The whole work, all the code that we used for the analysis, it's publicly available on the website there at the bottom, so people can check up on all the details. Okay, to begin with, a market overview here. In the City of Toronto, if you went at the end of 2019 to Airbnb and the various VRBO websites and search in the City of Toronto, you'd find about 26,000 listings on these platforms. But a large number of those aren't actually active or available in any real sense. I listed the listing back in 2017 when I was out of town for a weekend, and I never bothered taking it down. If we look at the listings that are actually active each day, so they're reserved or they're available for reservations in the City of Toronto, what we see is that that number peaked around 15,000 at the end of 2020 and has since declined quite substantially to more like in the 7,000s as of the end of 2020, which is when our study period finishes. Most of these listings are entire homes, but a reasonable chunk as well are private rooms. If we look at the spatial concentration of listings in the City of Toronto, I want you to kind of ignore the area to the northwest up by York University, where there are a lot of listings per dwelling units, but just because there aren't very many dwelling units. In general, what we see is that short-term rentals are very heavily concentrated downtown and around the waterfront. And then there's a secondary concentration, the kind of Yonge Street corridor up there. There's also, it's not super clear on this map, but there's a fair association between the subway system and the location of short-term rentals. There are certainly many neighborhoods in Toronto where more than 1 in 20 and some as many as 1 in 10 housing units in the area are active short-term rentals. And of course, those numbers were quite a bit higher prior to the pandemic. All the data I'm presenting here is going to be for the year 2020. So we're looking at a period of a pretty substantial decline. If we narrow in on the short-term rental units, which in our estimation represent housing loss in the sense that these are full-time operations that could otherwise be housing long-term tenants or owner-occupiers, what we see is that number peaked prior to the pandemic around 8,300. But fell over the course of 2020 by nearly 2/3. And so by the end of the year, we think there were about 3,160. In the Spadina Fort York area downtown, this represents more than 1% of all the housing in the entire neighborhood, which is a very high number. And in fact, prior to the pandemic, a majority of all the short-term rental listings in Toronto were dedicated operations. That number had been steadily growing since we started tracking in 2015. During the pandemic, as I've already alluded to, there was a really dramatic decline in short-term rental activity in Toronto. So the red line here on the graph is showing the actual reservations occurring each day. There's a lot of ups and downs to this pattern, a lot of seasonality. And the blue line is a kind of simplified month-by-month representation of how many reservations we would have predicted occur in 2020 based on the kind of existing patterns of seasonality plus the growth trends. What we see is that at the end of the year, like if we look at December 31st, 2020, we would have expected about 8,000 reservations on New Year's Eve. And in fact, the number was fewer than 2,000. So it's about a 75% decrease in short-term rental activity because of the pandemic as of the end of 2020. We're still tracking these numbers going forward. They've picked up a little bit, but not much. In other words, we're now about a year into a really unprecedented collapse. To summarize the general market conditions, what we can say is that prior to the pandemic, the short-term rental market was growing very steadily. In fact, much faster than most of the other peer cities that we're tracking. For example, in Montreal, short-term rental growth had mostly leveled off as of a year or two ago. Vancouver had also leveled off. Toronto is kind of in a league of its own. And not only that, but the short-term rental market was very heavily commercialized. There's very little home sharing left on Airbnb and VRBO prior to the pandemic. When the pandemic arrived, it caused a complete collapse in this market, which had not yet abated by the end of 2020. And of course, at the moment, you're not allowed, at least in theory, to book a short-term rental unless it's for housing purposes because of provincial rules around the pandemic. So one of the things, if you kind of take kind of like just a simple equation of a short-term rental market that's very heavily driven by commercial operators, and then a complete collapse in demand for short-term rentals during the pandemic, you put those things together, and one of the very reasonable possibilities is that commercial short-term rental operators who are, relying on the revenue from their short-term rental to pay the mortgage on the units or and make their profit, it's very reasonable to assume that many of these would have left the platform because it's now been about a year that they haven't been able to make any significant amount of money operating a short-term rental. And we've actually been able to study that. So as I mentioned before, we use image matching software that we developed in-house to compare all of the photos used to advertise Airbnbs in Toronto with all of the photos used to advertise Craigslist and Kijiji long-term rentals. And in total, we found just under 3,500 unique Airbnb listings, which were posted as long-term rentals on Craigslist or Kijiji between March and December of 2020. And this just shows kind of the dates, day by day, how many of these matches we made. What you can see, I think, is kind of what you'd expect, which is that there's a surge of these around the end of March and beginning of April last year, when it became pretty clear that this pandemic is going to be something we're living with for a long time. The numbers decline, but actually they never really go away. So even as far as February 1st, which is I think the last date we have on this graph here, we're still seeing 5 or 6 every single day that were new Airbnb listings that were matching to Craigslist and Kijiji ads. This is a really important graph here. What this shows is the asking rents of Airbnbs returning to the long-term market. So the rents that they're on Craigslist or Kijiji that they asked for, in comparison with all the other listings for long-term rentals on Craigslist and Kijiji in the same time period. And what we see is that former short-term rentals, or current short-term rentals, ones that are switching over to the long-term rental platforms, have asking rents that are on average 20% higher than other listings in the city. But at the same time, the time period that we've been tracking these short-term rentals return saw almost a 15% decrease in overall asking rents in the city of Toronto. Now, part of the fact that the short-term rentals have such higher prices, it's a kind of what we call a compositional effect of the fact that a lot of them are located downtown where rents are higher in general. And so that's the panel here on the right. But even so, in the Spadina-Fort York area, the short-term rentals that are returning to the long-term market still had higher rents that they were asking. So in other words, excuse me, I'll wrap that up in a minute, but the other thing that we were able to do is we were able to see of these 2,500 approximately short-term rental listings that we saw move to the long-term rental market, we can see what happened to them. So for example, did the Airbnb account stay active or was it deactivated? Was it completely deactivated or has it just been blocked? Was the rental ad on Kijiji and Craigslist taken down fairly quickly, which implies that somebody rented the apartment, or did it stay up long-term? And of the 3,500 that we tracked, what we found is about 2 in 5, so 40%, fully transitioned to the long-term rental market. The Airbnb account was completely deactivated and removed. In about a quarter of the cases, the Airbnb account was not removed. Instead, the listing was blocked from reservations. So they're not taking reservations, but the account is still there. And so those we identify as probably at a high risk of returning to be short-term rentals, if conditions change. And then the remaining about a third, we think failed to be rented on Craigslist or Kijiji and remained as active short-term rentals, maybe because the host didn't get the price that they were hoping for. Although, as I'll discuss in a minute, most of these have now been converted to 28-day minimum stays on Airbnb. So they're functionally long-term rentals, even though they're on the Airbnb platform. And that's the transition into our analysis of the early impacts of Toronto's regulation system. We did this work at late January and early February, so this is very early in the process of regulations coming online as of the beginning of 2021. But the pattern, I think, was already very, very clear. So first of all, these are the number of displayed listings on Airbnb every day. So we're not looking at are they booked, are they not booked, are they blocked, whatever. What we see is that they were increasing up until the end of 2020. They started decreasing. There was a bit of a kind of drop early in the pandemic, but basically a steady decline throughout the year. And then in early January, 2,600 listings were removed. I don't have any inside knowledge of what occurred here, but this is a pattern consistent with what we've seen Airbnb directly take down a bunch of listings, so they all disappeared on the same day. I think a reasonable assumption is that these are listings which had failed to register, but again, I don't have any inside knowledge about that. I'm just looking at the data as we see it. So that's the first kind of immediate impact of the regulations is a decrease of about 10% of all the short-term rentals on the platform just kind of vanish. The far more consequential result was that a truly gigantic number of listings, nearly three quarters, were shifted to minimum stays of at least 28 days, which means they no longer qualify as short-term rentals under the city's rules. So if we look at this graph, the blue line show the minimum stays for listings in November 2020. So, in the middle of the pandemic, and what we see is that most listings have minimum stays of 1 or 2 days. And a very small number here over on the right side, the blue, have minimum stays of 28 days or longer, where they're functionally long-term rentals. In February of 2021, the situation is completely reversed. There are very few listings remaining on the platform with minimum stays that we'd associate with actual short-term rental activity, 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights. Instead, 72.2% of listings on Airbnb had minimum stays of 28 days or more. This is, in our experience, a completely unprecedented switch. We've never seen anything like it in years and years of analyzing short-term rental activity. We've since learned that in Los Angeles and New York City, Airbnb did a similar thing in a similar time frame, which is to say that in response to regulatory mandates, where in this case where hosts weren't complying, right? They weren't registering and they were at risk of being removed from the platform. Instead, Airbnb converted them all to 28-day minimums. Another way to contextualize this is if we look at early February, see all the displayed listings on Airbnb.ca for Toronto, what their regulatory status is. What we see is the dark blue bar is the gigantic majority that are 28-day minimums, and so they're not subject to the rules. The green bar over on the left, fairly small, is the ones that had a valid registration number. And then we have a set, the tan is ones that didn't have a registration number. We have some that had, in red, a fake registration number. It kind of looks like it might be a number, but it doesn't meet, it's not valid in terms of what's in the city's database. We have some that called themselves exempt, and then we have some that used a valid number that was shared between multiple listings, which is likely not allowed. There's some scenarios where it's possible, but on the whole, those would be at least suspicious. So to wrap this up, what we see is that most listings responded to the registration requirement from the city by changing to 28-day minimums. And one way to think about this is that when you're thinking about designing a regulatory system, what you're trying to do is kind of influence behavior, right, among whoever you're trying to regulate. And Toronto's registration system has been extremely effective at influencing market behavior in the short-term rental market. But it's done so not by capturing listings within the system and regulating them and kind of observing what they're doing and subjecting them to certain requirements, but instead by pushing properties out of the system, which at this point, there are very few short-term rentals operating as traditional short-term rentals in Toronto, but the large majority of listings on Airbnb that used to be short-term rentals are not currently being, they're not registered, they're not being regulated in that sense. So the final thing looked at is what were the financial circumstances under which short-term rentals return to the long-term rental market? In other words, we can see what the rents that these returning listings, what they asked for, what their performance was like on Airbnb, and we can use this to get a sense of under what conditions do we think more short-term rentals would be likely to return to the long-term rental market. And what we found is a fairly straightforward pattern, which is that short-term rentals which moved back to the long-term rental market had higher revenue than others. So that if we look at the blue bar up at the top, that's the revenue of listings which did move back to long-term rental market, and it's kind of shifted to the right, which means they earn more money, compared to the ones which were not shifted, which were not returned to the market in orange, which earn less money because they're shifted to the left. So these are listings that were more lucrative, the ones that bailed to the long-term rental market, but they're also ones that lost lost more money during the pandemic. They had larger declines proportionally in their revenue. So the picture here is pretty clear, I think. It's, it's commercial operations which are earning a lot of revenue prior to the pandemic and see that revenue collapse. Those are the ones that return. We incorporated that data plus a bunch of other indicators to build a regression model which predicts long-term rental asking rents for the remaining dedicated short-term rentals in the city. And this is a kind of just one way to summarize this. If we compare between some higher cost wards, kind of mostly located downtown, and some lower cost ones at different bedroom sizes, we can see, for example, that in the lower cost wards in the city, a studio apartment, we would expect that it would return to the short-term long-term rental market for an asking rent of about $1,400. Whereas a 4-bed in one of the higher cost wards, it would be closer to $4,000. What we found, to wrap that up, is that commercial short-term rentals, they're generally higher end properties, and they've returned to the long-term rental market at higher end prices. So this is the end of the presentation. Look, what I want to conclude with is just a couple points about kind of looking forward. In our opinion, the next few months are going to be crucial in Toronto. This is because there are many properties which would have been non-compliant that switched to 28-day minimums at very little cost, because in the context of a short-term rental market that's more or less evaporated, forsaking short-term rental income isn't a big deal. You're not making any money anyways. These properties are outside the registration system, but short-term rental demand is going to return, and it's probably going to return fairly soon. And at that point, these listings are going to want back onto the market. And so a big question is going to be how the regulatory system manages to kind of channel that behavior either into the legal short-term rentals, principal residence, et cetera, or kind of see them out the door to convert to long-term rentals, as several thousand others have already done. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions to staff or David? Councillor Fletcher.
My questions are to David. I don't know. We may end up having to have more than one round here. I just want to clarify, David, and thank you for your work and congratulations on that big award, the CMHC award. You really deserve that. It's great. When the last slides or so, if you don't mind going back to that, you're talking about going back to the short-term rental market there. But what are you talking at short-term rentals? Because now we have these ones that are LTR, long-term rentals, short-term rentals masquerading as long-term ones. I just want to make sure we're using the right language and descriptors, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So I mean, are we talking about the material that's here on screen in terms of the conditions under which short-term rentals have been going back to the long-term market, or the kind of concluding thoughts about
concluding thoughts. So
yeah.
We only have a certain number of short-term rentals now, and I'd really like to get a copy of your PowerPoint, and I don't know, Madam Chair, if we can get that, or that could be sent around to us. So there's a certain number of short-term rentals now that are listed, and then there's ones that are, I think that there's ones that are just dormant, and then there's ones that have been gone over to the 28-day listing, and which means they're no longer short-term rentals, right?
Yeah.
But
exactly.
You're suggesting that once the market picks up, they will try to come back in to the short-term.
That's right.
market.
The way that I would see this. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
No, go ahead. That you're saying is our challenge. That's the biggest challenge because there's so many of them. And that last chart you had there, the linear chart with the colors, maybe back up one or two more slides. That one. So really, it's 75% of what was a short-term rental has pivoted to say they're outside of the short-term rental business now, and just there's 25% that have a mixture. So are you saying we should be what that's a challenge? You're indicating that's a challenge for the city right now. Everything's pretty kosher, but once they go back, how are they going to go back into the short-term rental market, and what can we do to make sure that they're truly regulated?
Yeah, so right. I mean, I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head here. This is the pattern as of early February. I should clarify that there are at the time.
Can
when
you speak
we
a
looked
little
at
more
this-
slowly, please? Could you just slow
Yeah,
down?
sorry.
Thank you.
You know, I always try to cram everything into, short classes. I'm a fast speaker. What I was saying is that, as of early February, there were only about 1,500 licenses that had been given. When I checked again in May, it had more than doubled. So the green bar on this graph, if we update that to today, it's going to be a larger share. However, the kind of the key thing that I see when I look at this is that almost everything on this entire bar prior to the registration system coming online, these were people who were trying to make a living running short-term rentals. There's mostly commercial operations. They would like to be operating short-term rentals. Now, we saw many thousands of those businesses give up over the course of the pandemic and shift their listings to Craigslist or Kijiji. They have tenants in them now, and the ones that haven't done so, for the most part, we're talking about listings that were commercial operations prior to the pandemic, and I think it's reasonable to suspect would like to continue to be. Now, during the pandemic, the cost of kind of, failing to get a registration number and being converted to a 28-day minimum is not very high because no one's booking short-term rentals. But the fact that these actors are staying on the platform and are not registering, I can't say why they're not registering, but a good chance is that they wouldn't be eligible to register because they're not operating out of their principal residence. The fact that they're remaining on the platform, I think, is at least a kind of a warning sign that these are operations which would like to be running commercial short-term rentals when the market conditions allow for that. And that the time when the market conditions allow for that is not that far off, is my guess. So at that point, the challenge is going to be, are you going to see a flood of people registering short-term rentals despite misleadingly suggesting that this is my principal residence and it's not? Are we going to see other, I can say, speaking, for example, to Vancouver, which has a fairly similar registration system, it's an issue which I think they've done a good job of struggling with, but they've certainly struggled with, right? That verifying this is a principal residence, it isn't always the easiest thing in the world. Currently, Toronto hasn't had to worry about that because the registration system came online in the context of very little demand for short-term rentals. So it's been this kind of easy kicking the can down the road to just say, okay, fine, we're 28-day minimum. But that's not a tenable situation in the long term. And I think once the market improves, there's going to be tension.
Thank you, Councillor
So
Fletcher.
just want to add,
Well,
I'm going to have another round.
Thank you. We'll do that, but we'll have to go around to see if there are other members of the committee that have questions. If I could have my screen back.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. With respect to the, I guess the next few months, I think we're going to see some trends probably snap back in place potentially, especially with the economy reopening and travel restrictions being lifted. I think you probably know that the City of Toronto is very keenly interested in trying to find ways to resolve its housing crisis. So what would you advise us is the most important piece of information that we could use from your presentation? Like, what are the next big moves that we need to take at the city in order for us to bring the short-term rentals back online into long-term housing options, but to make it more permanent? Because the issue of registration and enforcement is this cat and dog matter, and I'm not 100% sure we're going to be able to enforce everything that we say we'd like to do.
Yeah, it's a great point. When I look at the way that Toronto's regulations have arrived and I compare it to other cities that have also tried to tackle this issue, there's no doubt that Toronto got lucky with the timing, in the sense of, I compare it to Montreal, where I live and where I've worked with the city quite a lot, to Vancouver, and to a lot of American jurisdictions, where they're pushing against enormous financial incentives to get around the rules. because you make so much money from short-term rentals. Toronto had the luxury of the rules coming into place at a time when that wasn't so true. I think also we can't prove this because so many things were happening at once during the pandemic. But the fact that asking rents declined 15% in the city in the period of time that we documented thousands of short-term rentals returning to the long-term rental market, I think is very suggestive of the impact that getting these units back onto the long-term market, what that impact looks like. So I think that from my perspective, what the kind of some of the key next steps here are going to be to watch that this set of properties with the 28-day minimums, and that luckily that's a kind of an easy indicator to follow, and to see what happens to that, right? Because I think if things are working well, what we'd expect to see is that number kind of just like shrinking away, because eventually these the commercial operators who realize that their use isn't permitted under the new rules, they go to and rent the apartments out long term. If instead what happens is that those are getting captured into the regulation system, on the one hand, that's kind of good news. Okay, people are registering. But I think that we've got some existing behavior which indicates that there's a high risk of these being commercial operators who are going to be trying to get around the rules. So I'd be looking at that what's happening with this 28-day minimum, and is that kind of growing or shrinking? The other thing is that I think the thing that every city has struggled with so much is the kind of intersection of all the money that's on the table. It's really financially very, you have a lot of incentives to find a way to get around the rules, and the data piece, which is to say the city's own capacity to understand what it's dealing with, to identify a host. And I think that at the end of the day, I think that every successful system for dealing with short-term rentals manages, to either through nice cooperation or through a little bit more pressure to get some form of cooperation from the platforms. And in Toronto, because VRBO isn't active here, that means Airbnb. I don't think a tenable long-term registration system that doesn't have some answer to the question of how we can kind of verify what's happening on the platforms. And in the model in Quebec is that the provincial government is supposed to do that hard work and then pass the information on to the cities. They haven't done a great job so far, but in a lot of other places, it's direct negotiation with Airbnb to make sure that they're supplying information that lets the city understand what it's actually dealing with.
Thank you. That was incredibly helpful. And are there any municipalities, any jurisdictions that perhaps originally permitted Airbnbs, the short-term rentals, to enter the market, even with some restrictions, but then decided that it wasn't working for them? There was creating, consequences of higher costs of housing and greater shortages of rental for permanent homes. Did anybody revoke those permissions for short-term rentals, and what was the consequence of that?
So I think that in the vast majority of the situations that I'm familiar with, cities go from a situation of zero regulation or zero explicit regulation around short-term rentals to some rules, so almost always the introduction of regulations is providing some kind of clarity where there previously wasn't clarity. In a lot of cases, those are quite restrictive. Like I would characterize the City of Toronto's rules as quite restrictive. In some cases, in the United States, particularly in basically the kind of Republican parts of the country, this is very common. The rules are more just kind of clarifying that it's allowed. Because it wasn't previously in the bylaw. I can't think of offhand of any situations where cities provided a really permissive regulatory framework and then changed their minds. Instead, I think that the version of that I think it has happened more often, cities provided no regulatory framework and then realized there was a problem and changed their minds. So it's not a move from permissive regulations to less permissive ones. It's a move from no regulations, a status quo of this is fine, we don't need to worry about this, to, okay, now we need to regulate. And I think you'll see that that's the case for very many of the larger cities.
Thank you, Councillor. That was your last
question. Thank you very much,
question.
Professor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Can I have my screen back just to see if there's other councillors with questions? Okay, any other councillors with questions? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, are you okay, or do you still need one more question?
No, I would really like to have another question, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I believe that so far there's something like 7,000 28-day rentals on Toronto's platform, which had previously been short-term rentals on the platform. And I understand that some cities, and this is happening everywhere, Airbnb's done this, it's pretty clear template to move them off, as you say, and then wait. But I understand some cities like San Francisco have capped the number of long-term rentals that can be on the host platform. Is that correct, or do I have that wrong?
I'm not aware that they've done that, but it's possible that they have. I understood their rules as putting a maximum number of nights, that you can reserve. I didn't know that they had put a limit on the number of properties that they would register. But that just could be that I'm not aware that has happened.
I think so. I think San Francisco has done that, and they have a cap. So it is something that saying that there's not a need for that many, what they're calling midterm rentals in the city, that looking at the housing market, that's not something that's necessary. So that's an option here. The other thing is, what we found is with the fake registrations and the other registrations, people have gone to the website, and I have residents that have said, I paid my $50, did everything right, and here's these people that aren't, they're not legitimately on the website. And I don't blame those hosts for being upset. But the city ends up having to verify if somebody is legitimate or not legitimate. Are there cities, as you just described, where it's the onus is on the platform host to verify that who's on their platform is actually a proper legal registered user? Can you?
Yeah, so I think that the city of Vancouver has a system which has a lot of those features. The arrangement is that I think you should follow up with the city to be 100% sure of this. But my understanding from working with them is that they supply Airbnb with a list of the valid permits, the registration numbers that they've given, and if a listing is not using one of those, it should be taken down. Sorry,
tell me that again. They supply.
Yeah, the list of here are the registration numbers that we've
had.
Yeah. And so if you're using one of those registration numbers, that's fine. And if you're not, they should be removed. I think that, and there are other. I think that I should say at the same time.
Can I just give you an example that somebody can go to the website? We discovered this before, and they can register. Put their registration number down as 1, 2, 3, 4. ABCD, and then that gets posted.
That's right.
How can that be stopped? What have cities done to stop that particular practice? Because it's fake.
Yeah, exactly. So what a city could do is ask Airbnb and hope that they comply. But that's the negotiation. To vet listings that are posted against a whitelist of valid registration numbers. So you send Airbnb a spreadsheet and you've got 4,000 numbers on it. And if the listing gets posted and the number is not on that list, then it's an error, and they won't let the listing go up. In practice, it's more like send them this list and maybe they'll take these listings down. So I'm not aware that they vet them ahead of time.
So what you're saying is that Airbnb has all the registration numbers for all of their hosts, and their numbers should match whatever numbers are on the city's website, right? And it really should be Airbnb that says, I'm sorry, that's on the Airbnb website to say those ones don't count. Are there any penalties for hosting fake units that you know
That was your last question, Councillor.
Should I respond? There are jurisdictions that have penalties associated with the illegal advertising of a short-term rental that I think kind of meets that kind of criterion, where if you advertise a short-term rental, regardless of the actual use of the property, and that ad is not for a valid short-term rental with a valid registration number, then that's illegal and subject to sanctions. So the city of New York works that way, that that's part of how they've gotten around, to be very frank, very poor cooperation from Airbnb on holding up their side of the bargain. So the idea is to move away from inspections of the building and looking at the actual use, to instead saying the advertisement is the thing that we can prove is valid or not valid, and then we can kind of pursue some sanctions.
Thank you, Professor Washsmuth. Thank you, Councillor. And have a great vacation. I know that you've delayed your vacation just to be presenting here today, so thank you for that.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to our
slideshow.
We'll now proceed to our speakers. First, we have Thorben Witz. Thorben? Is Thorben connected?
To the chair, that speaker is not connected.
No. Okay. Next, we have Andre Ordine.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Andre.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And I'm grateful to Councillors Cressy and Layton for connecting me to this meeting. I will bring some context to the statistics, a very personal story, the statistics that we just heard. And I will also bring recommendations on behalf of myself and the Richmond Niagara Neighborhood Association that formed to deal with Airbnb and other issues on the street. So we have a family with 3 kids. My wife and I live downtown at Richmond and Niagara. And for 3 years, we lived next to a property across the party wall to a full-time Airbnb. So now we know what party wall really means, because for those 3 years, as the property was gradually becoming 1 apartment Airbnb, 2 apartments, the whole property in 2021 became an Airbnb. And there was smoking, and there was partying, and there was noise. So, and all this was happening with utter disregard of the owner for our safety and for normal enjoyment of life. So we got fed up, and we reached out to city by law enforcement. And in March this year, a bylaw officer visited the property and then encountered the property manager who lied to the bylaw officer. And they started an investigation. Despite that, the operation continued. And on April 24, there was a party of about 30 people right in the middle of the COVID wave. So I called police, and they came right away. It took 2 cruisers, 3 hours of police time to ID everybody and to break the party. And guess what? As soon as they left, the party goers were back, and they woke up a whole bunch of neighbors. We went to CTV, and there was reports prepared by John Woodward on this. This attracted a lot of attention. So as of now, the property manager converted the property to this 28-day stay, just like David just said, and we don't know what's going to happen after. We honestly don't know. And MLS only charged 1 person from the property management company. The owner is still not charged, despite the fact that she was fully aware of what was going on. So is this enough? Is this enough to stop and disincentivize other operators like that? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. And all we want is safety for our families, for the community. So we work extensively with the city to stop this and to help the city investigate this Airbnb. There's 3 groups of recommendations that we're coming up with. And I asked Christine to distribute a letter earlier on this. So these 3 ideas are, firstly, follow the money. It's the property owner that's typically the biggest beneficiary. The revenue on the short rental market is a good 2-3 times from the long-term rental. So the property owner should be held accountable when it's done with full knowledge, and normally it is. And secondly, the fines should be such that it's uneconomical to continue the operation. If a fine is $1,000, what does it do? It does nothing. So when a property can make 1,000 in one night, you charge $1,000 in one, nothing. Nothing happens. It continues. And secondly, there are loopholes around the Airbnb that are currently being exploited. The 28 days, and as David said, many properties, bulk of them, move to the 28 plus day stay. That's gameable. You can book for a brief period of time, although on paper it could be 28 days. But in reality, I know property like this. So in reality, it would be short stay as well. So the principal residence exemption can also be gamed. The registration process should be made more thorough to verify that the person that registers the property actually lives there. No property that has only, no property rented out full time can be anybody's principal residence by definition. It's impossible. There's also a lot of opportunities for digital enforcement, and the work that David just demonstrated can be done on a daily basis automatically. Airbnb is required to provide evidence of all bookings, the full booking transcript, which can be checked and, for properties that are used for short-term rental and used as evidence for enforcement. License and checks with platform that has already been mentioned, and there are other unauthorized platforms that can be operated.
Andrew,
So,
I'm going to start to ask you to
I'm coming
wrap
close to
up.
the end of time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. Thank you so much. Is there any questions for me?
Thank you, Andre. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Ashley Hayes. Ashley, good afternoon.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I'm unmuting their mic.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ashley. You have 5
Good afternoon,
minutes.
councillors and staff. Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Ashley Hayes. I live in Little India in Leslieville, in Councillor Fletcher's riding. We have a few issues when it comes to short-term rentals in our neighborhood. The two main ones I would like to discuss today involve basement units used as whole home units and buildings being approved as what we can only assume will be short-term rentals. Both issues are happening on my street. In both instances, I believe this goes against the intent of the bylaws written regarding short-term rentals, and I implore the city to re-examine these situations. So first, I want to talk about the basement units or the secondary suites. There are a number of secondary suites being rented out as whole home units on my block alone. The owners live in the main and second floor of the home, and they rent out the self-contained basement units. I believe the intent of the bylaw was to have these units removed from short-term and put back onto the long-term housing stock. When I informed the city of this back in January 2021, they investigated that the owners stated they used the secondary suites periodically, which is not true, and considered them part of their whole home. Therefore, even though they are completely self-contained units, they have separate entrances, and the owners do not live or sleep in them. They're able to rent these units as owner-occupied whole home units and get around the 28-night cap. I'm also concerned, if necessary, that these properties will move to a 28-night plus listing and will still not be shifted to the long-term housing market. So the second issue is that housing built for the sole purpose of renting out rooms. We have a 3-story house that is being built in our neighborhood. It's a tear down and a new build, and it's self-described as a single-family home. But once you look at the plans, you'll notice that there's a bar with a sink on each floor. There's 5 to 6 bathrooms. Many of the bathrooms are en suites, and there's a small study on each floor. I'm concerned that the purpose of this house is not single family. I believe the intent of use will be to rent out these rooms on short term or 20-night plus market. Essentially a mini ghost hotel on a residential suite with a declared use of a single use home. Unfortunately, there's a disconnect between the City of Adjustment, the COA, and TLAB, and this issue slipped through the cracks. The COA initially denied the application, but then the TLAB approved it without the benefit of the full information regarding the intent of use issue. While the zoning examiner from the Toronto building, had noted the numerous bars questionable whether this family home, unfortunately, missed and not included in the city report. No one raised this intent use of the property before the TLAB, and then therefore they're allowed the appeal without all the relevant information. I'm deeply concerned.
Chair, I just meant your mic went off, Ashley. Could you?
Oh.
I got
Okay.
all garbled there. I didn't hear it.
Okay. Where should I go from?
It was just before, it was just after around the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB.
Okay, so unfortunately, I'll start from there. Unfortunately, there is a disconnect between the COA and TLAB, and this issue slipped through the cracks. The COA initially denied the application, but then TLAB allowed it without the benefit of full information regarding the intent of use issue. While the zoning examiner from Toronto Building had noticed the numerous bars and said it was questionable whether this was intended as a single family home, unfortunately, this was missed and not included in the city planner's report. No one raised the intended use of the property before TLAB and therefore allowed the appeal without all the irrelevant information. I'm deeply concerned that if properties like this are allowed to move forward, then we will have serious issues in the future. In conclusion, I believe that there needs to be some tightening up of the short-term rental bylaws to account for issues such as these two. Thank you for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none.
I just wanted to, no, I just have one question because you know I'm
Councillor
all over
Fletcher, go ahead.
That it wasn't included in the report to the Committee of Adjustment.
The Committee of Adjustment, oh, sorry.
I'm just trying to understand between the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB, who had information that there were bars on every floor of a single family home?
That was in the
nobody
plans.
had it.
That was in the plans that was submitted to the city by the people who wanted to build the house.
And it wasn't captured or caught in any of the documents that were presented by the city staff to the Committee of Adjustment or to the TLAB. Is that what you said?
To the TLAB.
Okay,
yeah,
but was it?
I think the City
document?
Adjustment saw it, but I don't think TLAB saw it.
Was it in the Committee of Adjustment that it was questionable? The staff always wrote a report to the Committee of Adjustment if there's anything in there that they might comment on. Could you tell me, was there a comment in the Committee of Adjustment papers?
I know there's a comment in one of the reports. I can't remember which one, but I could definitely follow up with you about this.
If you wouldn't mind finding that and sending that in, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Ashley. Next, we have Serena Purdy. Good afternoon, Serena.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you to the chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Serena Purdy, and I'm the chair of Friends of Kensington Market. Friends of Kensington represents both residents and supporters of Kensington Market, a place that is known as a unique neighborhood, celebrating cultural diversity and freedom of individual expression. As many of you know, Kensington Market has been greatly affected by the short-term rental market. We are here today to support the proposed amendment before you to the Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 547. We believe it will advance the effective transitioning of short-term rentals to the long-term rental market. Unfortunately, given our experience with Airbnb and short-term rental operators, it will not be enough on its own. I live in one of the many art-filled alleyways of Kensington Market. It was once a thriving micro-community, the kind of place where a bicycle could be left outside and a neighbor would watch it for you so it wouldn't get stolen, where we would band together to raise funds for out-of-pocket medical expenses if one of us got sick, a place where you could borrow a cup of sugar. All of my long-term neighbors are gone now. They were pushed out and replaced by an endless string of strangers in short-term rentals. it's impossible to describe that loss of community. For us, this issue is not just about access to housing. Stable communities are good for public health and safety. When you live in the heart of the city, neighbors help keep each other safe. Some of the issues that we see here, I was having a phone call with a bylaw enforcement officer regarding the short-term rentals where my neighbors once lived, and the bylaw enforcement officer explicitly stated that they're not enforcing the principal residence requirement. He said it was because they didn't have an established evidentiary standard or access to platform data to prove noncompliance, and so it was impossible for them to do unless the short-term rental operator admitted themselves that it wasn't their principal residence. So he also expressed a feeling of being under-resourced and overstretched. We're also seeing a situation of obvious circumvention of the bylaws completely using the new 28-day minimum section of the Airbnb platform. So basically what we're seeing, and I can actually watch it from my window, I saw a new group of people walk in while we spoke here, is they list it for 28 days at a fraction of the rate, have a person stay for a shorter period, and then list the same space again as a different unit in the same building with seemingly infinite units. So it's a multi-unit apartment building. So there doesn't seem to be any checking that it's the same unit, and certainly over 28 days they don't need to register. So this has become an increasingly systematized process used by people in industries that require a certain level of transience. So I'm certainly seeing an increase in drug trafficking, and there are concerns about human trafficking. So what we need is better enforcement. And to get better enforcement, we need better resources for bylaw enforcement, better reporting requirements from Airbnb and short-term rental platforms to bolster enforcement, more robust permit processes through MLS, fines to property owners that are large enough to deter, and fines to property owners that are large enough to deter abuse. Airbnb, and I read their submission, wants to delay effective enforcement because they profit from delays, and I know you know that. But they don't acknowledge that it comes at a cost and that communities have been urgently calling for your help because we bear the brunt of that cost. We don't need you to give the bylaw time to work. We need the bylaw to work now, and we've needed it for years. While it still pays to not play by the rules, I cannot stress enough that we can't rely on the goodwill of Airbnb or short-term rental operators. When these bylaws came into effect, one of my housemates asked me, does this mean we'll finally get our neighbors back? And all I could say is, I don't know, but I hope so. I would like to thank Dr. Wachsmuth and his team for their excellent work on this report, the Planning and Housing Committee for the time to speak, Councillors Layton and Cressy, Airbnb Canada, and my fellow deputants for their ongoing efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Serena. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. That concludes the list of speakers for today. Speakers on this item, members of the committee?
Yes, I did.
Councillor Fletcher.
I put a motion in, please. I don't know. I don't know the clerks have it. That's my motion on the capping of the long-term rentals, so that we don't have a big move in that way. It's an option that I think we should be looking at. This has been a long-awaited meeting. Our staff have been working so hard under extremely difficult circumstances, and I would say a moving target as far as understanding who is truly a legitimate short-term rental. And we did hear about some options to have more of an onus on the platform host to only be hosting legal short-term rentals. And I know we've had that discussion at the committee before. It would be extremely interesting to know more about what they're doing in New York, saying that if something's illegally advertised, if you illegally advertise a car with a VIN, it's not the right thing. That's false advertising. So I don't know about our false advertising laws here, but there's just, I believe, certain things to deepen the legality of all of the listings on the platform. I want to thank Ashley for coming and describing those situations. We do know why so many of us are so fussed up about this is because it has really removed a lot of rental housing from the market. And it's not a city. We don't live in a city, and there are some around the world that have declining populations. We live in a city with a population push where we know that every year 30,000 people are moving into the city of Toronto. Many people need starter apartments. Those are the basement apartments many of us lived in when we were younger. They're off the market. They've been taken from potential long-term real housing situation. I really believe that that we should be looking at all the opportunities. I think it's great to have the really anchor signature report that David has done, and I want to thank the staff for having brought him on to give us those types of stats. And I think that with everything else going on, that we just need to keep a really good eye on this. This is the window, as David has said. We have a short window between when these 7,000 long-term rentals would be coming back on the market. How would we handle that? So I think it might be a great idea to have, like we have for affordable rental, to have a subcommittee. I'm not going to move that here today, but I just want to put that in everybody's minds, just to have a quick, deep look at some of these things that we've asked so many questions. What else could we change? I know Miss Addie's been doing heroic work on Airbnb and short-term rentals, but it is such a moving target. It may be helpful to identify what the 2 or 3 really big pieces are, mechanisms that the city needs to adopt that will bring the majority of those listings which aren't legitimate listings into compliance. And I also just want to thank Ms. Ashley for bringing forward that information about not catching that in the T-Lab. I know she'll send that to me, and then I'll see if there's anything more that we can do about that, because it's very frustrating. And I'm just going to say how frustrated some of my residents are. Got an email after we said, okay, get your name up, pay your registration fee, you'll be on the platform. And then reading that people had posted a registration number, which we've all heard, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D, and they're up there. You can rent that on that registration. That they feel like they've played by the rules. They are really working to be in compliance, and others are flaunting the rules, and they don't feel that they don't feel that we have enough of a handle on that, because we really don't understand what all the mechanisms are that would be able to get at those rules. And I know I always say to Councillor Wong-Tam when I'm going home that there's a couple of condos at Dundas and Jarvis that just have Ubers lined up outside, just 8 or 10 all the time. I don't think those are people coming to visit. I think those are active in some way. And I don't know how everybody's getting around the rules, but it's one of those things where we just have to stay on top of it. Not because we don't want people to have an extra source of income, not because we're mean people, but because eliminating so many units from the rental market at the time when we have a crisis in housing is simply not something we should abide.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? No, seeing none. Thank you. Just want to thank staff for the recommendation. I think it responds to what this committee had requested them to look at and some of the concerns that we expressed last time that this was in front of us. So I appreciate you taking this into consideration and looking forward to continue to working with staff on this issue. I do believe that, yes, there is a window of time right here that we need to take advantage of to make sure that these 7,000 units don't return to short-term rentals. I see that Councillor Fletcher motion does have staff looking into this issue and coming back in September, and looking forward to seeing some of that work at the September Planning and Housing Committee. So with that, I think we can move this as a package if the committee agrees. So all those in favor? That carries. Thank you so much. Item 24.3, Modernizing Chapter 489, Grass and Weeds to Streamline Processes. We do have speakers on this item. And our first speaker is Greg Nittel. Greg?
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their phone line.
Good afternoon, Greg.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, good. My name is Greg Knittel. I have a natural garden in Scarborough. Lawns are still very much the norm here. I've had complaints almost every year since 2014. My current natural garden requirements are either impossible to comply with or too vague to comply with. The proposed bylaw removes the natural garden exemption that I'm currently under, but now creates similar, either impossible or too vague to comply with conditions. But instead of 100-odd properties that have the natural garden exemption, these impossible and vague new conditions would affect all private property in Toronto, 300,000 properties. So first, I'd like to point out what's impossible about the new bylaws as drafted. 2.1A, private land shall be kept free of any prohibited plant species designated under the bylaw. Contrast this with the current bylaw. The owner or occupant of private land shall cut the grass and weeds on their land and remove the cuttings whenever the growth of grass and weeds exceeds 20 centimeters in height. So currently you could have not that I'm recommending it, but you could have a lawn of dog strangling vine or garlic mustard as long as you cut it to 20 centimeters. That's a big difference from being completely free of it. Contrast this also with the Weed Control Act. The regulation gives 4 options to controlling weeds, including cutting the roots or stalks of the plants before the seeds are developed sufficiently to ripen after the cutting. That is very different, very distinct from being completely free of. And so in case you think that MLS can't really mean being completely free of, I'm already living under this. My current natural garden exemption dated October 2019 purports to require removal of existing patches of dog strangling vine with DSV and garlic mustard, and continue to remove any newly emerging seedlings of these invasive species. Also continue to remove any newly emerging seedlings of the noxious weed, European buckthorn, and any other noxious or invasive weed species that may emerge. Since newly emerging seedlings is undefined, this is equivalent to being free of it if I want to comply. And since all the prohibited plants have root systems, being free of it is tantamount to eradication if you want to be free of it for any appreciable time. I'm already living the new bylaw. I'm in Scarborough. I have about 2,000 square feet to hand weed. I'm close to Toronto-owned Highland Creek Ravine, which is full of dog strangling vine, DSV, which is from brim to brim, that goes to seed undisturbed each fall and blows onto my property. DSV is coming up daily on my property at the moment. DSV roots grow entwined with the roots of other plants. The DSV roots break easily, so it is very difficult to get them out entirely. You would have to dig up the soil and sieve out the roots or tarp the garden. Either way, you destroy all vegetation if you want to eradicate the DSV. Even pulling DSV too frequently creates issues with trampling species like Canada anemone that can help shade out DSV. Remember, I don't have a lawn, I have a natural garden. And I have to walk through it in order to pull out DSV. So mowing is no longer sufficient to comply with the proposed bylaw. For example, first year garlic mustard is low to the ground. Do you really want all Toronto property owners out weeding every day? Do you want to drive people to install artificial grass? The bylaw should have individual control criteria for each species, centered around preventing them from going to seed, like the Ontario Weed Control Act, with eradication reserved for perhaps poison ivy and Japanese knotweed. Okay, so that's the first. The second point is that there's the proposed bylaw is impossibly vague. 2.1c, vegetative growth on private land shall not restrict driver and pedestrian sight lines at intersections, driveways, sidewalks, walkways, or visibility to all traffic control devices. MLS is already purporting to enforce this requirement in.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, Greg.
Okay, well, I would ask that you get the natural garden exemption letters from MLS as part of this consultation, and send it back for rework.
Thank you, Greg. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Douglas Counter. Good afternoon, Douglas.
Hello?
Yes, Douglas, good afternoon. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item, and thank you to City staff for your dedicated work on the review of the Grass and Weeds bylaw in support of biodiversity. I speak as one of the subject matter experts invited by the City to consult on the bylaw review, and I thank staff for that invitation. Much work has been done and much progress has been made in supporting gardeners to support biodiversity, but we hope more fine-tuning will be done. My Etobicoke property features established naturalized gardens on my private property and on the city boulevard, containing dozens of species of nursery propagated native plants, including rare and endangered species. They do not contain overgrown turf grass or weeds. There are trimmed turf pathways between the plant beds. Great care is taken to ensure there are no prohibited noxious species. My gardens have been lovingly tended for going on 22 years and have attracted numerous songbird species, butterflies, important pollinator species, and even fireflies in Toronto. They support and advance many of the city's own policies. Begun in memory of my late mother and rededicated after my father's passing, the gardens have been extensively published prior to and as a result of a legal challenge launched by my late father and I against the city to protect our gardens. Upheld by the Ontario Court of Appeal, the courts agreed that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects citizens' rights to naturalize and beautify city boulevards with diverse and beneficial vegetation. My garden has been featured in documentaries and a number of books. In 2006, my garden appeared on a Canada Post stamp series issued on the centenary of the Ontario Horticultural Association to commemorate Canada's #1 hobby, gardening. So why am I telling you this? Well, in July 2019, I received an advisory notice from the city requiring me to cut the quote-unquote grass and weeds on my property. My first communication to the bylaw officer handling the case included all of the information I've just mentioned, fireflies, books, postage stamp, and all. The bylaw officer's response began, "Please be advised that an inspection was conducted yesterday. I have seen the photos. The property is indeed in violation according to the long grass and weeds bylaw." I was advised that the city's horticulturalist, the only city staff member who could correctly identify prohibited weed species, would not become involved until after I applied for an exemption permit. Also important to note here, that was after the advisory notice had already been issued. A month later, an on-site meeting with city staff took place, at which it was determined that my garden was not in violation and no action was required on my part. No other form of gardening is singled out for such treatment, yet no other form of gardening is more crucial to achieving the goals of the city's pollinator and biodiversity strategies. At the on-site meeting, the bylaw officer was unable to identify ragweed, which I pointed out in my neighbor's lawn, despite it being prohibited in the bylaw. The officer advised that they're not trained in plant identification. The report before you calls for staff training, but there's a substantial risk that even a trained officer could misidentify a permitted species as a prohibited species. An appeals process must be included in the new bylaw, otherwise a resident's only relief would be the courts. The city's practice of issuing advisory notices requiring property owners to take action before city staff have even spoken with a property owner or confirmed that a violation exists exemplifies the problematic nature of the city's enforcement approach with regards to biodiversity, an approach that does not support it or the citizens who are proactively taking action in their own gardens to address species loss. The subject matter experts have been unanimous in our recommendation that the city reform the enforcement process, and we ask to be included in further consultation in that regard. Invasive species experts should also be included. We also ask the city to undertake a committed and thorough engagement and consultation process with Indigenous land stewards, elders, knowledge keepers, and treaty holders, because this matter goes to the heart of land relations and relations with other species. Failure to do so has already resulted in the city adding and then having to remove from the proposed prohibited plants list a plant that has cultural and medicinal importance. We support the modernization of the bylaw to support biodiversity, and in consultation we have made much progress in that direction. However, it remains a work in progress. We have made 2 joint submissions to committee outlining our recommendations. We ask you to either refer the report back to staff.
Douglas, you're going to have to wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, directing staff to make our recommended changes, including an Indigenous engagement process, or alternatively, direct staff to write an addendum to the report in advance of the full council vote in July, which incorporates our recommendation. Thank you.
Douglas. Any questions? Councillor Perks, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bailao. And Doug, it's nice to talk to you again. It's been a while.
Yes.
Thank you for all you've done to lead on this.
Bylaw days.
Yeah. Oh, the old struggles. Doug, one of the aspects of the proposal from staff that's in front of us is to eliminate the requirement to get an exemption.
Right.
How do you feel about that piece?
That is really important because the permit requirement could be denied at, let's say, for instance, at municipal licensing and standards denies a report, denies an exemption permit. The person currently could go to community council, but it could even be denied there. And the issue is that the courts have already recognized that naturalized gardening is a protected right under the charter. So, so I agree that the permit should be removed, but on the condition that other elements be implemented to fully protect naturalized gardeners and to support the city's own policies around pollinators and biodiversity.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're not going to achieve our biodiversity goals just on public land. Douglas, thank you so much.
Thank you,
good
Gordon, and pleasure to speak with you again.
Yeah.
Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Douglas. Next we have Lorraine Johnson. Good afternoon, Lorraine.
To the chair, that speaker is connected and their mic is currently unmuted.
Can you hear us, Lorraine? Is Lorraine's mic connected?
Lorraine's mic is connected. To the chair, if you'd like to move to the next speaker, I can attempt to troubleshoot.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Denisa Martiri? Denisa?
To the chair, Denisa is connected, and she's been provided with the audio panels. They'll just need to hit connect audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them so they can speak.
Good afternoon, Denisa, if you can connect audio.
To the chair, I'll also attempt to troubleshoot with that speaker.
Okay. Next, we have David Donnelly. Good afternoon, David. David Donnelly.
To the chair, that speaker is not connected.
Okay. And next, we have Nina Marie Lister. Good afternoon, Nina.
Hear me?
Yes, we can, Nina.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nina Marie Lister. I'm a professor of urban planning and director of the Ecological Design Lab at Ryerson University. I'm also a resident of 66 Hillcrest Drive in Councillor Matlow's ward, where my family and I have an urban meadow garden with over 100 species of native plants, trees, and shrubs. I'm here as a subject matter expert and to speak in support, although with important caveats, to modernize this bylaw and to allow every citizen the right to support nature and biodiversity at home in their yards and gardens. I'm also here to urge caution and to request specific changes to get these revisions done right so that we can all stand behind this timely update. I'd like to be clear that the city has done a remarkable job of showing international leadership through supportive policies for biodiversity, pollinators, shade trees, and ravines on our public lands. But sadly, we lag far behind with what is currently a punitive and restrictive approach to managing nature on private properties that, of course, are essential in meeting our biodiversity goals. By way of an example, last year my family and I were issued an advisory notice informing us that we had to mow our long grass and weeds. When we asked the city which species of native grasses we were required to mow and which plants or weeds were the problem, the enforcement officers could not tell us. They informed us they were not trained in plant identification, and yet we had to mow. You've heard from others already about the heavy-handed response of the city and the nature of enforcement being at once vague and arbitrary. This compelled me to push back publicly with a call for a better bylaw, and one that works with nature, not against it, to support our declining biodiversity around the city and in the province. Mayor Tory visited our garden in the fall and has indicated support in principle for this initiative, and I've since been fortunate to work with other residents and groups and with MLS staff collaboratively as an invited subject area expert to modernize this bylaw such that it will allow every citizen to connect with and support nature in their yard. The proposed revisions we have before us today are an important and timely step in this direction, and I commend staff for their work on it. But as a subject matter area expert, we have provided unanimously together 2 written submissions on May 19th and June 10th, which indicate our support in principle for the intention and direction of this important revision, but in which we also clearly outline specific and critical changes that are still needed to get this bylaw to a place where we can be confident that it will do no harm. To do no harm, in summary, we're asking for 4 broad areas of improvement and refinement to which I draw your attention. The first is we want defensible, science-based definitions of turf grass, of health and safety risks, of sightlines, and of the plant species listed as prohibitive. This is to avoid compounding the existing problems we have with vague and arbitrary interpretation and enforcement measures. The second area that we're asking for is a stated goal and definition of reasonable control, emphasis on control for prohibited plants listed in the bylaw, with the understanding that total eradication is neither possible nor feasible, especially given that the city's own public properties are often the single greatest source of weeds from which prohibited plants spread to private yards. The third and other important area that we're asking for improvement on, we'd like to see a modernization concomitant with the bylaw of enforcement procedures. Those procedures should be emphasizing education first, before punitive advisory notices and prohibitive fines are issued. fines must be clarified as well to avoid a chilling effect on citizens who might otherwise be inclined to plant a native garden. The bylaw must be accompanied by education and training of MLS enforcement officers in plant identification, as well as the development of a priority response model on enforcement that is focused only, exclusively on ecological and public health and safety. The courts have already ruled that it has no business or right to regulate appearance. So in this respect, the city's 311 portal and the bylaw webpage should be clearly outlining such enforcement procedures and priorities for response. And finally, most critically, our fourth request is that the bylaw should not be approved without meaningful engagement of Indigenous community members, not merely outreach, but rather dialogue with Indigenous peoples, traditional knowledge keepers, elders, and treaty holders for whom relationships with plants and animals have historical, medicinal, spiritual, and cultural values, which are so far unrecognized in this bylaw revision. The prohibited plant list in particular, currently proposed, is a good start, but it has not been developed in consultation with Indigenous peoples, and this remains for us a critical prerequisite for bylaw adoption. I think we can agree that especially this week, in the last little while of painful matters of truth and reconciliation, the bylaw requires a commitment to Indigenous engagement as this work goes to the heart of land relations and relations with other species. For these reasons, this afternoon, I'm respectfully requesting of this committee that you return the report to staff to make these recommended changes together with and through an Indigenous engagement process. As an alternative, if the committee is going to approve this revision today I would ask for the committee to request an addendum to the staff report, so another addendum which addresses our concerns outlined in our submissions in advance of any city council vote. Toronto is really fortunate to have a large and growing community of gardeners who are proactive in biodiversity. But
Nina Marie, I'm going to have to ask you to give your very last short sentence.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. As we are emerging from this devastating pandemic, time in our gardens is time to heal and to nourish our mental, physical well-being. And so this bylaw is an important step to help everyone.
Thank you so much.
Healing potential.
Thank you. Any
Thank you
questions
very
of this? Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Nina Marie. And next we have Deborah Dale. Good afternoon, Deborah.
To the chair, Deborah is connected and she's been provided with the audio panels. Deborah will need to hit connect audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel and we can unmute them so that they may speak. Deborah, if you can hear us, please hit connect audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel. To the chair, if you'd like to go to the previous two speakers, I can troubleshoot with this speaker.
Thank you so much. And so we'll try Lorraine Johnson again. Good afternoon, Lorraine.
Lorraine, your line is currently unmuted. So the chair will have the speaker call into the meeting. We'll contact them.
Okay, and next we had David Donnelly. Good afternoon, David. Oh, no, sorry. Denisa Merturi. Good afternoon, Denisa.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Denise Merturi, and I'm an environmental and municipal lawyer with Donnelly Law. So note for the committee, David Donnelly will not be speaking today. I'll be speaking on behalf of Donnelly Law. I'll be providing some comments and a brief review of the proposed amendments to the grass and weeds bylaw. What I'd like to start with is a statement that I agree and support with the spirit and ambition of this new bylaw. There is a number of positive reforms, such as the removal of the natural garden exemption, but there's also a number of concerning clauses that, as written, still allow for the prosecution of environmental and aesthetic choices on private property, which we believe is unconstitutional. First, the definition of turf grass. Turf grass is vague and can be used to prosecute anyone that allows grass, flowers, etc., to grow more than 20 centimeters We believe this definition will inadvertently exclude eco-lawn and other biodiverse native grass mixtures that support the city's policies to encourage biodiversity and pollinator-friendly landscapes. The prohibited plant list is also problematic. It requires further consultation, specifically with Indigenous knowledge keepers, elders, and invasive species experts. Currently, the list is confusing. Some plants are listed in the Ontario Weeds Act and by the Ontario Invasive Plants Council, but also there's edible plants or plants that have medicinal and cultural benefits, or that may be non-invasive in native landscapes. In our submission, the list must include only the most invasive plants and that pose a specific threat to ecological and human health. Many plants on the proposed prohibited list are also common on city-owned properties, which means that they're a significant seed source for nearby properties, the owners of which will now be liable. It is also unclear whether the aim of the bylaw is enforcement or the eradication, if the aim of the bylaw enforcement is eradication of the prohibited species or simply their control. Plants experts agree that the standard of eradication is impossible to achieve for many of the prohibited species. We also strongly advise that the sightline clearance that residents are required to maintain be specified. It must be specific and standardized so that residents can assess compliance and avoid arbitrary and vague enforcement. We find the fines to be excessive, which might lead to a legal challenge. The maximum fine has been increased to $100,000, and there's a special fine for any economic gain for noncompliance, which it doesn't make a lot of sense in the context of this bylaw. And maximum fines of this nature in our submission are appropriate for corporations and not appropriate even for negligent homeowners. There should be better training for enforcement officers. This is necessary. Many of these plans have lookalikes that and are hard to distinguish. They're notoriously difficult to correctly identify even for trained botaners. We also think that there should be a minimum violation requirement. So the violation notice should identify the health and safety issues as well as the prohibited plant that is the source of the problem. The complaints around appearances or aesthetics should be ignored because the city cannot legally investigate or enforce these matters. Courts have held that the weed and grass bylaws specifically, the enforcement of them has a direct effect on the owner's freedom of expression and violates their charter rights. If the city continues to investigate and enforce complaints based on subjective appearance standards, the bylaw will continue to undermine private property owners' efforts to support biodiversity and also put the city at risk of illegal action. Lastly, there is no appeal process under this bylaw, so if the officers misidentify plant species and order them removed, residents have no recourse other than to go to court. I want to, in conclusion, reiterate that we support the spirit of ambition of this bylaw and wish to see it succeed. And the positive attributes of the bylaw are worth celebrating. The narrow list of prohibited species to only truly noxious invasive plants is great. But there's a number of things that need to be fixed, and they should either be returned to staff or added as an addendum to the current draft of the bylaw. This includes tightened definition for turfgrass, more guidance on sightlines, more fulsome consultation regarding the prohibited plant list, and better training and enforcement procedures. So with all of that, thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. These are all of my submissions.
Thank you, Denisa. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. We'll try Lorraine Johnson one more time. Good afternoon, Lorraine.
Opportunity to speak, and sorry for the trouble.
No problem.
I want to commend city staff and express appreciation for their professionalism and openness and collegiality. I'm one of the group of 10 to 12 subject matter experts the city consulted with. We met 3 times with staff, and we sent unanimously signed confirmation emails outlining our agreement on certain aspects of the revisions and our concerns about others. Our submission to the committee collectively outlines those concerns. I am confident that the goals of the subject matter experts and the city staff align. the goal of having a clear bylaw that the city can use when property owners abandon or neglect properties and when that abandonment or neglect causes health or safety issues, and also the goal of not placing barriers in the way of naturalization. So I'm confident that our goals align, and I think that indeed it is very necessary, it's urgent to modernize the grass and weeds bylaw in support of biodiversity. But I'd like to urge the committee to send the report back to staff for further work, or in the event that the committee sends the report to council, that this be done with an addendum report addressing the concerns raised by the subject matter experts in our May 19th and June 10th submissions. I'm sure councillors know why it's crucial that the city not place barriers in the way of residents who are considering naturalizing their property. So what does the bylaw in front of you in this report actually say to residents who want to do what all the scientists, the NGOs, and the city's own policies are telling people needs to be done now? That is, for residents to create naturalized spaces. Number one, the bylaw says turf grass must be kept to 20 centimeters, but the definition isn't precise, and it captures native grasses and it captures environmental lawn mixes such as eco-lawn. The subject matter's experts suggested a precise definition that could be used for abandoned, neglected properties, but not encumber naturalization with native grasses or eco-lawn. Two, the bylaw requires residents to eradicate, not to attempt to control or manage, but to eradicate species that are impossible to eradicate. Three, the bylaw says that you'll be subject to a maximum fine of $100,000 if you have any of these impossible to eradicate species. And four, the bylaw says that you can't obstruct sightlines, which is a very important provision for safety, but it doesn't refer to or include the formulas that traffic engineers use to determine standards of sightline safety. So residents will be unclear about the standards they're required to adhere to and worried about arbitrary standards for enforcement. All of these things will have a huge chilling effect on people who want to do what all the science and NGOs and the city itself says we need people to do in order to address the biodiversity crisis and the climate emergency. All of these things in the bylaw as written are barriers to naturalization. They're not things that can be fixed with tinkering after the bylaw is passed. They're intrinsic to the bylaw. It's what the bylaw says to people who want to naturalize their yards and gardens. Getting this bylaw right matters. I want to end with something that the subject matter experts unanimously identified as crucial from the beginning of the consultation, and we reiterated it at every step, in every meeting, every communication, and that has to do with meaningful Indigenous engagement and consultation. This is a bylaw about the land and how it's managed, stewarded, cared for, and it's a bylaw about plants. This is a bylaw that goes right to the heart of what Indigenous peoples have said over and over, loudly and clearly, is a core value: land relations, plant relations. The subject matter experts have been asking throughout this process, but we have not received clear answers on the city's Indigenous engagement process for this bylaw. So, councillors, I want to ask, can you assure the public that the city has met with and discussed this bylaw, and including the list of prohibited plants, with the treaty holders for this territory? There are numerous Indigenous land stewardship groups in this territory. Has the city met with them? Of the city's draft protocols for Indigenous engagement, protocols that include issues related to timing and compensation and procedures, have these been followed for this bylaw? To be clear, I'm not asking if staff reached out to the Indigenous Affairs Office. I'm not asking if staff received a list of Indigenous rights holders, stewards, and stewardship groups to consult. I'm not asking if emails were sent. I'm asking if consultation and engagement actually happened. If meetings were held with Indigenous rights holders and Indigenous stewardship groups. Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your deputation, Lorraine. Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll try Deborah Dale.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deborah. Thanks for joining us today.
I'm going to try not to repeat the information in my letter, but I hope you'll refer to it as there's far too much to impart in 5 minutes. I could easily talk for 5 hours on this subject. I'm an environmental biologist and a mediator. I was Scarborough's first recycling coordinator and the first female operations manager in that works department. As such, I frequently worked with Scarborough's then 2 bylaw officers to resolve waste management issues. I was on the board of the North American Native Plant Society for about 20 years, serving as president and treasurer. Toronto has funded several initiatives that I led, including promoting downspout gardens starting in 2005 and planting swales to attenuate storm flow. I operate a consulting firm helping to create ecological gardens and to remove invasive species. I've been watching this bylaw be tweaked for about 25 years now, beginning with the Sandy Bell case. When the natural garden exemption first appeared, the US EPA and many Toronto environmentalists thought it was going to be a good thing, recognition of our charter-protected right to garden ecologically. But it morphed into a permit system used to harass such gardeners. Similarly, the bylaw was tweaked again as my court case approached, and nothing improved. This bylaw says a lot of the right things, but it still targets ecological gardens rather than derelict properties. It still doesn't recognize that it is the intent behind these spaces that matters, rather than their stage of development. There can be a steep learning curve. The Meadoway is proof of how long it can take a native plant garden to start to look like a garden. I could spend an hour telling you about my own experience at finding my garden of over 200 native species, trees, shrubs, perennials, some quite rare and irreplaceable, gone. The entire front yard scraped clear without warning, removing the only live greenery from the street at the height of the longest drought in 50 years. That was in 2007. Rather than apologize, city staff forced me to pursue that apology through the courts for 7 long years. I could tell you about how many people have sought me out in tears after being contacted by bylaw officers, but I only have 5 minutes. There are 4 types of properties impacted by this bylaw. Derelict properties, which are readily identified and tend to have numerous other more urgent defects than plants. Temporarily neglected spaces. I've had calls from people coming home after a week in hospital to find a notice on their door about an unmown lawn. Other people are experiencing family crises or other issues, and their lawns are the last thing on their minds. Rather than offer help from their neighbors or even from the city, we have a system designed to add yet another straw to that camel's back. Other cities have gone to great lengths to help people experiencing such setbacks. Boston's mayor established a volunteer network to help residents keep their properties maintained following the 2008 financial crisis. Buffalo created a front yard boulevard garden program to reinvigorate areas of that city that have been largely abandoned. Third case, people with gardens that just look a little different from Ozzie and Harriet's, or they've planted on the boulevard and people assume that to be illegal. Fourth case, people who are in some other conflict with their neighbors and the bylaw has been deployed as a weapon. Rather than establish a system to educate people and to connect neighbors to resolve their issues, we have 311. There are times when anonymity is necessary. Some of my own neighbors are very aggressive and can be somewhat frightening, but the vast majority of these cases, anonymity is detrimental to resolving disputes. I'm pretty sure that having an elderly woman dig out a small pile of twigs decomposing out of sight behind her composter did nothing to satisfy the complainant about there being no lawn. But bylaw officers tend to insist that there be some form of remedial action. If you'd please refer to my letter, I just want to go over a few questions. What's the intent of this bylaw? Of the almost 8,000 complaints over the past 5 years, less than 10% received remedial action. And I'm fairly certain a large portion of those did not fall into the first category of long-term neglect. Under the Municipal Act, bylaws are there primarily to regulate health and safety concerns and to protect the environment. I'd add improving neighborly relations and the overall well-being of Toronto residents to that list. How are complaints screened before unsettling targeted residents? How can we address the power imbalance that exists between residents and staff? The punitive measures employed tend to exacerbate rather than solve weed issues and serve to escalate disputes between neighbors rather than solve them. It's inefficient and ineffective to address concerns on a yard-by-yard basis. Although I do have a series of calling cards I use to alert people when they have harmful invasives in their yards. What I'd propose is a system to have complainants screened to establish not only what the complaint is, but why it poses a problem. how long the problem's been ongoing, and crucially, if they've even spoken to the other party about it. Not having a lawn or growing plants other than grass in your yard or on the boulevard that they don't
Deborah,
understand
last
should
thought,
not be
please.
sufficient. 2 sentences. From here, unless a genuine health or safety concern has been identified, take the issue out of the hands of adults who are frankly ill-equipped to deal with gardens.
Thank you, Deborah.
And refer the matter to community mediation.
Thank you. Deborah, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Deborah. That concludes the list of speakers for today. Any questions of staff? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I suppose my first question is has to do with, should we adopt this bylaw, the enforcement mechanisms? We heard a lot of people concerned about that. Is the strategy going to be that we achieve compliance rather than issue fines?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Our strategy for enforcement of this bylaw is education first. We're seeking voluntary compliance. Enforcement is always a last resort.
So by seeking voluntary compliance, I want to tease out some of the more technical stuff. Are we going to have staff who are trained enough to go out and say, yeah, you've got a bunch of dog strangling vines, here's how you deal with it, and be aware it's never going to be perfect, but work to try to achieve improvements?
That's right. The officers will receive additional training. We recognize that's an important part of implementing this bylaw. Working in partnership with our parks partners and the city horticulturalist, we'll be updating the training for our officers so that they're equipped with the right tools when they are going out and investigating any complaints.
And it just, like I heard a number of the deputies mention this, is this going to be a case where you have to prove that, dog strangling vine is completely eradicated, or we're going to hit you with $100,000 fine? Is that how it's going to work, or is it going to be something else?
No, I think what our officers look for is an intent to comply, and they work together with the homeowner, the property owner, to bring them into compliance. We recognize, these are invasive species. We recognize that eradication is quite difficult.
Okay. And the maximum fine, that's not for somebody whose front yard is a little out of control. What's that for?
No, the maximum fine, and I can clarify that the fines that are included in the report are part of an overall modernization process when MLS is updating our bylaws, which is aligning all of the maximum fines with the City of Toronto Act. And the maximum fine in any case would only be used in extreme circumstances, and that would be pursuing it through the courts.
Okay. Will if the bylaw is adopted, and will there be an effort to do some of the things that some of the deputies mentioned in terms of putting information up front for the public so they understand, this doesn't mean that some guy's going to show up your door and say, I saw a dog strangling vine, here's your court summons. Like, are we going to explain a little bit in some of the public information about how it actually works here?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair, I would say as part of any implementation plan, a communications approach and public education of bylaw changes is critical. We recognize, for example, the information that's currently up on our website can use some improvements, and we would be working with our partners in the city to ensure that the public receives appropriate education on what the rules are, how to comply, and what to expect if enforcement officers should visit their properties.
Okay. 3 more quick questions. There's a requirement that the list of prohibited plants be updated from time to time. We also heard that people feel it's very important, and I agree, that Indigenous knowledge keepers and treaty holders be consulted. Will they be consulted as we update that list?
Yes, absolutely. So through the chair, I would say the continued engagement with the Indigenous community as we work on monitoring the list and updating the list from time to time would be critical. I think what we've recognized is the importance of building meaningful relationships with this community through the consultation process. We need those relationships to help inform us and keep the list updated and reflective of communities.
Okay. Final question. In the final deputation, we heard some thoughts about 311 staff requiring something a little bit more than just my neighbor's lawn is a mess, send somebody out. Can you talk about whether we're doing anything there?
Absolutely. So we would work with 311 to update the eligibility questions that they ask. So training their staff to ask questions as they take in a service request. There's a fairly standard process at the city for taking in a service request, and it's aligned with the requirements in the bylaw. They do need to align with a specific issue under the bylaw, identify the violation that is present, and we would be working with them to update that process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a question. So, trying to read the report. So you did do some public engagement and received a number of emails, correct? Part of the report?
Through the chair, that's correct. We received 455 emails on the subject.
Okay, so most of the, I'm looking at the report. Most of the complaints that were received by MLS is in Scarborough and Etobicoke, which is the highest, and then Toronto and East York the lowest. So it's mostly in the suburbs where you're getting most of the complaints, right? So am I correct to say is that when you get these complaints in, people complain because you have a homeowner that just doesn't want to cut their grass and weeds and it's high and they're complaining, because we get hundreds of those complaints. And then you go out and the homeowner claims that it's a natural garden because they just don't want to cut their grass.
Through the chair, I would say, so first of all, yes, there is a high percentage of our complaints in Scarborough, you're correct. When we receive a complaint about long grass, as some of the deputants noted, there's a process in place that first issues an advisory notice. We are looking to update that process because we recognize it can be problematic. In that advisory notice, it does give the resident who's the subject of the complaint the opportunity to then apply for a natural garden exemption.
Okay, and when that happens, do they apply?
I would say very infrequently. Each year we receive a very small number of exemption applications. For the most part, the large majority of people who are recipients of or are subject of a complaint comply voluntarily and cut the grass.
So it's my understanding that at one point, when a homeowner wanted an exemption, that the residents on the street were pulled. Am I correct? I mean, that happened at one point because I know that was the case in my ward. So was that a policy that we had in place, and that was?
Through the chair, I'm not familiar with that, but I know that the process was changed in 2012. So it may have been possible prior to that. I don't think that we're aware of that, though. There is an appeal mechanism through community council, but I'm not aware of the residents being pulled.
Okay, I know that there was an appeal, but I recall, this is a few years ago, that residents were pulled, similar to if they want front yard parking or whatever. So I guess, I don't know, maybe that was just the former city of York. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just want to be clear on one thing, and thanks for the work here. There used to, I haven't seen an appeal at Community Council for a long time, and I'm just looking for what was adopted in 2012, November 27, 2012, where City Council adopt the amendment to Toronto Municipal Code 489, grass and weeds, in accordance with Appendix A, from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing to delegate the authority to grant exemptions to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, subject to any applications from review of exemptions by Community Council. So just to understand, is that still in force and effect, Ms. Eddy?
So the current process that's in place would be the application comes to MLS for review. And if we deny that application, there's an opportunity to appeal that to the Community Council. Since this process was put in place in 2012, as you noted, we have not had any appeals go to any community councils.
Are people advised that, yes, they can appeal that? So obviously, when you go out and look at a natural garden, generally it's not because it's overgrown, you're going to get an exemption, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. We would go out and there would be an inspection with the horticulturalist as part of the process for granting an exemption.
And the really process before that Councillor Nunziata is referring to, it must have only been in York, when it's quite odd, people felt, to have a natural garden because you're supposed to have grass. But if you got somebody complained about you and then there was an inspection and then you were told you had to cut everything down, you could appeal for an exemption to Community Council. So this added another layer. Is that not how it used to work?
Through the chair, that's what I understand is prior to this process, the sort of exemption process was managed through the Community Council.
Which is now being managed through. So the same thing would happen. Somebody says, oh, I don't believe that's a natural garden. Somebody goes out and they look at it and then they would say to the executive director, I don't think that is. And then the person would have the ability or the opportunity to either comply with that or take it to Community Council, or the inspection, someone would say, yes, that meets the criteria for a community garden. That's the way that's working now. But you still have the right of appeal if you've been turned down. Okay, I'm just checking that that's still there because I don't have any grass. So I have to be really clear on what's going on. I only have plants.
Okay. Any other councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an issue that has always been near and dear to me. In fact, just outside my kitchen window right now, if I were to take a picture, I could show you some seedlings of some rare native species that we're nursing along to share with some neighbors. So, and additionally, I can remember a time back in my activist days before amalgamation, lobbying Mayor Francis Nunziata on the importance of having a chance for people to grow native plants in their yards. It's always been something I've cared about. I take to heart the concerns of a number of the deputants, many of whom I've known for 20 or 25 years, that we are not there yet. And I accept that. However, I am going to be recommending to members that we approve the proposed bylaw here today with a couple of thoughts in mind. First of all, the process of moving away from what I've always thought of as industrial gardening, which is terrible for the environment, putting down turf grass and putting pesticides on it and keeping it 1.5 inches long, to actually reviving healthy ecosystems and habitat in the green spaces, whether they're privately owned or publicly owned in the city of Toronto, is not a short journey. It's something that's going to require an awful lot of steps. You know, I was there getting the natural garden exemption piece in. I always felt a little bad that we were requiring people who were doing the right thing to have a permit. It just struck me as bad, but it's the compromise we were able to achieve that day. This day, we're removing that and actually making it just permissible. You don't require a permit to grow native species in your lawns and gardens in the city of Toronto. And I think that's a great step forward. I'm also delighted we finally got our heads around burdock. I couldn't believe that was initially going to be a species that we were going to require people to eliminate. And I take the point that the communications to the public who are making complaints has to be clearer, has to actually say to people, no, wait a minute, what is it you're actually complaining about? Can you send me a picture? No, that's actually not a problem. And that we're going to finally do the work to have MLS staff better trained. It's been bothering me for some time that we only had one staff person who could identify the plants that were of concern. And we've also been assured that there is going to be an ongoing process to review all of this that includes Indigenous knowledge keepers and treaty representatives to further refine this work. It's a step. I think that there's enough here that is concrete and a big improvement that I can endorse it. But I am going to be watching to make sure that this isn't the final step, that we continue on our journey to having healthier, natural, Indigenous, native, and pollinator gardens as the norm, not the exception. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this issue? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
Just want to make a comment. If the problem that I have is that if you remove the licensing, that I think MLS will get more complaints, because you're right, Councillor Perks, the public is not aware of what's a natural garden and what's somebody that just refuses to cut their grass and remove their weeds. So they might get a lot more complaints, because you'll get complaints from the neighbors. And so I'm a little concerned about that, but I guess it's a matter of education. And when you do get these complaints in, you have to, you have to determine if it's actual complaint or a natural garden, because I know that I get a lot of complaints in the summer, and I'm sure other members of council do as well. So how do you determine if it's a natural garden or just somebody that's refusing to cut their grass? So that's the problem I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Just getting my... Okay. I will just say a couple words just because I have two motions. The first motion is the recommendation that is in the supplementary report. So I'll move that. We need to move that recommendations, and that's to remove a couple of speeches from the list. And the second recommendation is to ask staff just to report directly to staff just on what we heard from our stakeholders. I think there are important points that were made. I know that Councillor Perks actually helped us clarify a lot of this through his questioning. Thank you, Councillor Perks, but I think it's still important for our colleagues at Council to see that we'll see these communications as well, that some of them were made verbally here, but also in written form, that they have the benefit of having some of the feedback from staff as well. So with that, if I could get the committee's support for these two motions. So motion to have staff reporting directly to council. All those in favor? That carries. Motion on the supplementary report recommendation. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. That takes us to item 24.
Just congratulate the staff who worked on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 24.4, Concept to Keys Development Application Review Program, second quarter of 2021 update. We have 3 speakers. Let's start with Dave Wilkes. Dave, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Chair Bilal?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Bilal and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. As the Chair indicated, my name is Dave Wilkes, and I'm the President and CEO of the Building Industry and Land Development Association. Our association represents 1,300 members in the building, development, and professional renovation sector and various associated companies. Chair Bilal, before getting into the context of my remarks around C2K, I would like to take this opportunity to thank yourself, the members of the committee, and the entire council for the leadership that has been shown throughout the last 15 months as a society and a city we have battled COVID-19. We're lucky to live in the city and the leadership that has been provided to guide us through this unprecedented time. So thank you. To take a step back in my capacity that I undertake at BUILD, I often talk about municipal building approvals as one of the key factors in contributing to housing supply and affordability challenge in the GTA, and in particular in the City of Toronto. You may recall last year that BUILD produced a municipal benchmarking study working with Altus Group, where we quantified exactly how long municipal approvals take, the time periods that were measured in years, and the cost implications that were in tens of thousands of dollars. The study found that for each month of red tape, additional costs accrued to the projects waiting for approval in the form of taxes payable on the vacant land, increases to municipal charges and fees, and carrying costs of loans. The study indicated that this could add between $44,000 to $66,000 for high-rise apartments in the GTA. As a major finding of the study, it also indicated that Toronto approvals were on average among the longest, 21 months beyond the municipally approved timeframes versus the overall average of 15 months for the municipalities that were studied in the GTA. And yet, the City of Toronto had one of the smallest planning departments on volume of housing starts, as they produced at 49,000 staff per 1,000 across Canada, which is well below the average. The City of Regina, for example, has double the staff per housing starts. This clearly reflects the need to increase staffing levels on the planning review side. I share this background today because it underscores the importance of the C2K work. And I'm here to express our membership's full support for the many initiatives under the C2K umbrella. We have been actively engaged in work from its inception, and I want to acknowledge the very key streams of work happening throughout this process, including, but I should mention, not limited to, preparing for the launch of Phase 2 at the end of Q2 2021, focusing on all application types beyond affordable housing in a geographic planning region of Etobicoke, New York, establishing an interdivisional working group to support recruitment and retention priorities, and we support that positions related to development have been deemed a priority for the citywide recruitment, as the development review is fully based on full cost recovery, Implementing and testing new development review technology to improve the customer journey across applicants and city staff. Establishing a tiered governance framework to resolve department review conflicts, align on competing divisional priorities to develop a unified city position and improve key development review improvements. And finally, initiating work on an interdivisional working group to update the development guides in terms of reference. All of this work really responds to some of the challenges we saw in our benchmarking report and encapsulates the essential improvements that are necessary to catapult and continue to ensure Toronto is a world-class city as it relates to service delivery. I should note that this work is just not the responsibility of the city. BUILD and its members have a shared role in also stepping up and providing more complete applications that are reflective of the city goals and objectives. And we at BUILD are doing our part to communicate this shared responsibility and partnership model to our members. I want to thank the city staff for their dedication to this work and this committee for your leadership in guiding and ensuring progress in this process. Thank you very much. This concludes my remarks for today.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Jeff Cattell. Good afternoon, Jeff.
To the chair, Jeff's mic is currently unmuted and they should be able to speak.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Can you hear us? No.
To the chair, I can attempt to troubleshoot with that speaker if you'd like to move on to the next one.
Thank you. Absolutely. Next, we have Mark Richardson. Mark, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Excellent. Councillors, thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today. I'm Mark Richardson from the volunteer group HousingNowTO.com that tracks the real-world delivery of affordable housing projects in the City of Toronto. Before we begin today, I'd like to congratulate the staff, this committee, and the folks at KingSett Affordable Housing for the great open door deal that you approved earlier today to create 172 new affordable rental homes, including 30 supportive housing units on the East Mall in Councillor Holliday's Etobicoke Centre ward, which is certainly a site that we'll be keeping an eye on. This is a great first step by KingSett to have them incorporate a substantial quantity of new affordable housing, and we would encourage the city to work with KingSett to repeat that process on all of the proposals. I think there's about a dozen KingSett proposals that are currently with city planning around the city. Originally, it wasn't our intention to speak today, but frankly, after we read the public letter on this item from Jeff and Kathy at the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations, we felt that someone in the affordable housing community needed to strongly rebut every regressive process over progress request that FONTRA is asking you for. Our volunteers at Housing Now TO are fully supportive of the city's Concept to Keys program to accelerate the approval and permitting process of new affordable housing developments. And in particular, we would like to thank the staff for the appendix they provided called C2K Affordable Housing Metrics Report, which will help our volunteers track the pace and the unit counts on the specific affordable housing developments under the C2K program. Today, in mid-June 2021, it is over 900 days since Mayor Tory announced the first 11 Housing Now sites in December 2018. It is over 18 months since this Planning and Housing Committee approved the required rezoning processes for the Housing Now sites on the TTC parking lots at Victoria Park and Wilson subway stations. Why is the Concept to Keys program needed in Toronto? People like FONTRA may ask. It is needed because today, after more than 900 days since the sites were announced, not one single Housing Now site has commenced construction. Every Housing Now site that was a TTC parking lot back in December 2018 is still operating as a TTC parking lot today. That is simply untenable. Time is money, especially for not-for-profits and affordable housing developers. Planning and permitting delays at the city lead to construction cost escalation. They jeopardize the funding commitments that affordable housing projects can secure from CMHC, from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and from the province. The city's Concept to Keys program helps break down the many roadblocks and silos within City Hall. And it is absolutely crucial to the city meeting its goal of creating 40,000 new units of affordable housing, including 18,000 units of supportive housing by 2030. FONTRA's letter that they have submitted raises concerns about, quote, resident concerns and general lack of transparency and public participation in the Concept to Keys process, to which we have to ask which residents and which members of the public usually raise concerns about affordable housing developments when they are proposed in Toronto's neighborhoods. Just last night, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Fletcher, and many members of the public were on a public consultation call about the Housing Now site at Queen and Coxwell. Essentially, Most of the Fontra-like voices on that call wanted to reduce the size and scale of the Create-TO proposal such that it would make it financially impossible for any not-for-profit operator to build and operate affordable housing on that city-owned Queen Street site. The voices of no and the voices of make it smaller have dominated our in-person public meetings for decades. Voices like Fontra are a huge part of the reason why Toronto has the housing crisis we have today. Despite what they say on their form letters, groups like Fontra do not speak for anything close to 170,000 Toronto residents. They speak for an unrepresentative demographic of smaller homeowners, ratepayers, and residents associations, most of whose members are comfortably housed and have not had to look for affordable rental housing in Toronto for decades, if they ever had to look for it at all. Their concerns about Concept to Keys need to be seen within that context. From the perspective of an affordable housing solutions community, Concept to Keys is a great program. It is vital to our volunteer work on tracking real-world affordable delivery of new affordable housing at the speed and scale required for the city to reach its own targets. We encourage you to support this program and to do everything you can to make these projects be delivered faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Mark. Next, let's try again, Jeff Cattell. Jeff?
Yes.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Anna Baleo and members of the Planning Housing Committee. The Federation of North Toronto Residents Association represents over 30 resident associations in Midtown, North Toronto, and North York. The Concept C2K program is being implemented in response to the city's end-to-end review of the development review process. The process applies an quote-unquote an iterative and customer-centric approach to transformation, involving improvements to the development review process that is service-oriented, accountable, predictable, transparent, performance-based, and collaborative. As directed by City Council in September of last year, the report brings forward updates on the work completed to date, including preliminary results of Phase 1, updates on Phase 2, and additional citywide development process improvements. The results to date include such as a prioritization tool developed to identify and evaluate high-priority affordable housing applications and a new file circulation platform, and improving pre-application consultation. These are appropriate and much needed. However, we have a key concern that is nowhere addressed in the report. The C2K program focuses on reducing costs and increasing efficiency. This is laudable, except that for a government service, a government public service, this is a very singular approach, which is flawed in the sense that you are the city and you exist to serve the whole public, not just applicants, development applicants, not just quote-unquote customers. You're not a private sector corporation here, you're a public government. The vital element that is missing from the report is how the C2K process takes into account the concerns and interests of the public, and not just the applicant or the undefined stakeholders. We previously raised similar concerns, specifically in regard to an earlier report on the virtual Committee of Adjustment process, which focused on application productivity metrics and failed to discuss the rampant rubber stamping of applications, the failure to take account of resident, neighbor, and local folks' concerns, and generally the lack of transparency and effective public participation, particularly in the virtual environment. We request that you consider the CR2K process to make sure that resident concerns and not just applicants are properly taken into account. That's our submission. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks so much, Jeff. Questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. I have a couple questions to staff. So in the report, the Phase 2 update, the planning area selected in Etobicoke, York, on phase 2 will launch at the end of 2021. In your report, it says new applications received in the Etobicoke, York area, and you've received 21 applications. So are those applications been submitted in, and they're in the planning department at this point?
So through the chair, Councillor, those 21 applications were received in phase 1, and they're focused on the affordable housing front. The ones that we'd be looking to bring in Etobicoke, York will be new applications. And yes, of course, they will all be managed within and reviewed by the planning department and a number of other commenting divisions within the city and within the scope of the commenting review.
Because I do know that I have a few of them that have been submitted in. So part of those applications is part of that 21 then.
So the 21 that's referred to in the report are specifically for affordable housing, and that would have been phase 1, looking at the entire city in those priority areas or priority files. Phase 2 will look at new files as they're brought on board post July 1st.
Okay.
For a few
okay.
as we start ramping up, but just, for full transparency, those files will be moved into a teams-based approach, and that's really what the Concept of Keys program is really focusing on, is building and developing the review teams. They will not jump the queue for files that are already being reviewed by staff.
Okay, so does that include, because I'm looking at the supplementary report. Now, the supplementary report, there's 82 Buttonwood, and the status of it is on hold. Can you explain that?
So, Councillor, that report that you're referring to is the 21 affordable housing files that have been brought into phase 1. So this is not phase 2 from the geographic perspective. I'd have to double check with staff on why it's on hold. It could just be that we're waiting for additional information from the developer, but I can get back to you with all the details on that one.
Okay, and just one last question. I've had a couple development applications that were approved, and that part of the Section 37 funds that were received went towards affordable housing. So that is part of the approved ones in phase 1.
So, Councillor, the 21 files that have been identified are within phase 1. If they weren't, I'd have to pass that over to Greg, as his team would be looking after those files.
Okay, because they were already approved for affordable housing.
Yeah, through the chair, sure. Through the chair, Councillor Nunziata, it may be that they're being processed now as site plan approval because they've already done their zoning piece with the Section 37. But if we certainly, in our regular updates with you, we can check on the status of those files.
Okay, so if I can find out why 82 Buttonwood is on hold, I believe that's the seniors' residence.
Is that the hospital, Councillor, near the hospital?
Well, near the hospital, but it's the vacant lot that's right at Weston and Buttonwood.
Right.
The seniors, yeah, that one. It's on the same street as the West Park Hospital. Yes.
Okay, we'll look into that and let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm just looking at attachment 1. Councillor Nunziata and I are the same. We just go straight to the charts, right? For the hit parade of the 21. So I just have a couple of questions. This number 6, if it's correct, it's a minor variance site plan, but there's actually no information, number of units, etc. It's simply not there. I don't understand how it made it to a list, because I've looked it up, and it's a house on Gerrard.
So, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor on this item, I'd refer this over to Abby and the Housing Secretary for perhaps further information. But just back to Councillor Nunziata's request, I've just been informed that it was just due to a funding issue on that. So, Abby, if you're able to support us on number 6, Gerard Street East, 1409, would be very much appreciated.
You did use up about 30 seconds of my time there, Matt, with your
apologies
for Councillor Nunziata. She owes me 30 seconds at council. There you go. Thank you.
Through the chair, I may have to get back to you, Councillor Fletcher. I'm just looking into that quickly. I don't want to take up more of your time if you have other questions.
Okay. No, that's fine. I would like to know. And then there's one here, number 15, either there's 747. It's either a house or something, or a restaurant or something that's already been built. So both of those are quite confusing to me. Plus they don't have any units. And yet it's a minor variance site plan. So I would like to have that chart filled in. If there's already a minor variance applied for, we should know quite a few things about that already, if it's on this list of 21 expedited projects. Would you not agree with me, Mr. Kelleher?
Yes, I would absolutely agree with you, Councillor Fletcher. So what we'll do is we'll take this one away and we will get just a little bit more background information and update you Monday or Tuesday of next week.
And I think council needs to have it updated. And then I'm always interested to know who the developer is here. Is that something usually we kind of know? Is it a nonprofit? Who is doing that?
Yeah, so, Councillor, on the right-hand side of that table, we list if it's a private or not, or a private or government agency doing the work. But we can look in and see if we can disclose who the potential or who the developer is specifically on those files for you.
Well, I got, let me just say, if somebody's put in for a minor variance, I just ask Greg, is that not pretty well public if you asked for that?
Yes, it would be, and as Councillor and as Matt indicated, and strangely enough, I can't get that attachment open on my computer.
Yeah, it's okay. There's lots.
I might be able to help you in a live sense, but we'll certainly follow up and get those data points for you.
Yeah, I think that needs to go on this chart. I think we should have anything that's nothing available shouldn't be listed in the shouldn't be even under number 1. If we don't have the data, that should come later to get filled in, but that's just being a chart person. Thank you. I look forward to that because you've totally intrigued me, having looked up those 2 properties and wondering what the blankety blank is actually going on those 2 places. Thank you.
We can't stump you very often, Councillor, so you've made our day.
I think that you're up, well, you and I are up for the Curly Hair Award this week.
That's right.
Can I just ask Matt, because I didn't take my 5 minutes, but you
and not
responded.
to mention your 5, my 30 seconds as
Yes.
well, Councillor.
Just a quick question. That you mentioned that number 82 Buttonwood, the answer to that was funding. Is that what you said?
That's my understanding, yes.
So what does that mean? Like, where are we? Are we doing anything, or what are we doing?
So I believe we're just waiting to understand if the funding is available for the applicant. But Abby, if you have additional information on the specifics for that, it'd be appreciated.
I don't to hand, but we will provide it to you through the chair so that you have an update on that particular project.
Yeah, because it is a seniors residence, and we've been working on it for the last 10 years. So I'd like to get a status update on that one. Greg,
Sure.
you know which one it is. It's the vacant lot right at Weston and Buttonwood.
Yes, I'm familiar with it, and it may be that all the permissions are in place, and oftentimes these applicants are pursuing a funding application and they're awaiting their approval in order to get going.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions of this? Oh, God, give me a second here because my screen is going all crazy. Okay, there we go. Any more questions? Seeing none, I do have a couple of questions. Matt, this process, the C2K, does not decrease any public participation, right? We have the same amount of meetings. Actually, the next item adds a pre-application, so we're going to be formally getting more information, but the public does not have less access to any of the information or any meetings or anything like that. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So the big difference here is that you're going to have a team approach that is going to follow the applications through the beginning to end, always working on that application, so there's knowledge about the application, and you're going to have a project manager, so hopefully councillors don't have to be as much as project managers as sometimes we end up having to be. Isn't that correct?
That's one of the key tenets of this, Madam Chair.
Okay. So
Deputy Mayor, I would also add that it's very likely that this process will actually improve our ability to have better consultation because we'll have better information than maybe we have in the past. So I'm quite hopeful that us working better on the machinery at City Hall will make for a better community process.
Great, thank you. That's great to hear. So those were my questions. Speakers? Any speakers on the item? Councillor Nunziata.
I'll just move the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to thank staff. I think this is really, really important work. I think that as we know, we get involved, I think, in these applications, most of councillors' offices, and I think that we'll remain involved, but I think for us, having a team approach that we know we can count on to support us and our community and to answer to what we are asking on the application and what the community is asking and that the applicant is asking as well, and have these things moving forward in a more expedited way and a more coordinated way. I think this will be very favorable to everyone, and I want to thank staff for really, really good work that has been done in here. Everybody from planning to everybody involved, and Matt, bringing all the departments together. I know that has been a big focus as well on making sure that all our departments staff up. There's been some challenges with staffing, and everybody from transportation to planning to ECDC, everybody is really, really focusing on making sure that we hire and we work towards this in a team effort. So to everybody involved, congratulations, thank you. This is great work. Okay, and Councillor Nunziata moved the report. All those in favor? And that carries. Great, thank you. Next item is 24.5, mandatory pre-application consultation, proposed amendments to the official plan and to the municipal code proposals report. We have one speaker, and that is Jeff Cattell.
Hello.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, it's me again, and let me take the opportunity to thank you for, Madam Chair, for bringing up the question about public involvement. I think the problem, I, as a former internal management consultant myself, can certainly appreciate the idea of project management and teams. I guess the report doesn't really clearly explain that, perhaps, but certainly if that's the case, and it doesn't preclude, the usual involvement and enhancing the involvement, that is obviously supported by FONTRA and by residents. And if we can expedite these projects, that's good too. But it just wasn't clear from the report, frankly. So in terms of the mandatory pre-application consultation, we are very much in support of this project. It's going to be increasingly required with the provincial changes to the timeframes under the Planning Act. This will help make the application approval process more efficient for all involved. At present, the complete application requirements mean that applicants must compile enormous amounts of detailed information, and then the process must be repeated when the application is better focused on city objectives. This wastes time for all involved except for the consultants who get more work as a result. However, we note that the report recommends that this pre-consultation step be required for staff input, but only encourages, quote unquote, input from affected citizens who can often provide further valuable information about the context and impacts of a potential impact of an application and how it can be better for the community. Such pre-consultations with community already take place in some cases, and the applicants themselves report that the information received makes their projects better. FONTRA therefore recommends that mandatory pre-consultations be extended to the public and affected communities. Further consideration be given as to how to do this. There are various options: online questionnaires, holding of meetings, and so on, depending on the context. Thank you very much. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Jeff. That concludes our list of speakers. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on this item? Councillor Perks.
Yeah, first of all, a brilliant job by staff doing this. I just very quickly wanted to address Mr. Catello's point, because I had a similar question when I talked to staff about this. My understanding is the provincial legislation gives us the room to require that they have pre-consultation with city staff, but does not give us the legal room to require that they must do it with the public. Myself, and I know most of my colleagues, ask the applicants in every instance to meet with the public in advance of filing paperwork. I'll continue to do that, but unfortunately provincial law doesn't give us the room to do what Mr. Catello is asking for on this item. All that being said, another great improvement. Well done, city staff.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I do have a motion that I'd like to put forward, and that is, okay, members of the committee, we're going to have to stand this item down, and I'll come back to it just to make sure that staff has the motion. So next item is right-sizing housing and generational turnover, 24.7, and we have a presentation of staff.
Chair, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Michael Bryce, Manager of Planning Research and Analytics in the City Planning Division. My colleagues, Caroline Clayton and Lori Flowers, are planners within the division, and together they are the co-authors of the bulletin, and we're going to provide a brief overview of right-sizing housing and generational turnover. Next slide, please. This bulletin is part of our ongoing research to create household projections to 2051 and as a part of the Municipal Comprehensive Review of the Official Plan with respect to the Provincial Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. All the past projections that we built over the last 20 years have consistently shown a mismatch between the projected demand for housing and the anticipated supply. What this research does is to estimate the size of the mismatch in terms of the types of dwelling units, the tenure, and the size of the units in terms of the number of bedrooms. We're also at a unique moment in time when the large baby boom generation is beginning to age out of its existing stock. The research estimates how much of the future demand for housing could be accommodated by the housing that's already built and on the ground today. Now, it's important to note that this analysis concentrates on demographic factors. It doesn't assess housing affordability. It doesn't deal with prices, interest rates, or market operation. That's outside of the scope of the bulletin. The scenarios are demographic exercises taking the 2016 population trends in Toronto continued into the future, and the continued delivery of units to the market as it has been in the past. The purpose of this is to provide a baseline for us to be able to build effective projection. Now, Caroline will discuss the analysis. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Michael. So before looking at the results, I would first outline a little bit further our objectives. So the previous bulletin called Housing Occupancy Trends identified a number of occupancy trends, such as more households living in mid-high-rise units, including those with children. It also identified rising occupancy rates of older households, at the same time that Toronto has a growing younger population. What was not addressed at that time was whether households were living in suitable housing. Using a measure called housing suitability, this new bulletin measures how well various households fit in their dwellings, and whether the dwellings are suitable or not. Housing suitability therefore provides the distinction between the mismatch in the market and the need for different housing types. The age-related and occupancy and population trends also raised another question. What might future housing demand look like based on the trajectory of age alone, all other factors being equal? To answer this question, the bulletin looks at housing turnover. In other words, the dwelling of older households turning over to younger households. If this turnover continues to occur at the same rate, and new units continue to be built at the same pace, what types of units and how many are needed? We know the market delivers units, but that these units are not always of the type desired. This is why we quantify the results by dwelling type, bedroom, and tenure to identify the specific shortfalls and surpluses. We also quantify what is the unused population capacity in the existing housing stock if turnover were to occur. So now let's look at suitability and what does it mean? The term is derived from the National Occupancy Standards from CMHC. It looks at how households fit based on the number of bedrooms they occupy compared to the number of bedrooms they require, all of which is based on age, sex, and relationships within the household. We coined the term right sizing to describe a household having exactly the number of bedrooms required to suitably house that household. If a household is not right sized, the household is either underhoused with fewer bedrooms than required or overhoused with more bedrooms than required. It is important to note that these terms are used for brevity only and do not constitute judgments about the choices households have made. When we speak of underhousing, we recognise that some cultures prefer larger families and enjoy the social benefits that may come with living with extended family. These household arrangements are a choice. Similarly, there are many reasons why a household might prefer to be overhoused and use these bedrooms as home gyms, playrooms, guest rooms, or home offices. So looking at the results, we see in 2016, almost 135,000 households were underhoused. The better news is that that number has declined in the last 20 years. There are more than 3 times as many overhoused households than underhoused, increasing significantly over the 20-year period. And shown in grey, we can also see that there are over 490,000 right-sized households. 200,000 of these are one person living in a one-bedroom unit. We are interested in knowing more about what types of households are underhoused. Moving from left to right, we see that underhousing occurs more in households led by people aged 34 to 49. Underhousing occurs more in households with children, shown by the 40,000 lone parent households and almost 60,000 couple with children households. Underhousing occurs significantly more in households who rent, more in households who live in mid-high-rise units, more in households who live in 1- and 2-bedroom units, and more in dwellings built between 1961 and 1980. As mentioned, underhousing can be a choice in some circumstances. However, certainly this is not always the case. When a household is underhoused and experiencing affordability issues, this is referred to as involuntary underhousing. In 2016, there were about 50,000 such households. This measure of involuntary underhousing is used in the household estimate, which we'll discuss soon. This is the reason why it was so important to first understand how well households fit in their dwellings before embarking on the housing turnover analysis. And while our analysis does not assess affordability in the future, affordability is embedded in the scenarios by using the above measure. Conversely, when we look at overhousing, we see that it occurs more in older households, non-family households, owner households, and in houses and low-rises. The number and location of older households has implications for how much housing may be required in the future. This is because when a dwelling of an older household turns over, more people will likely occupy that dwelling if it turns over to younger, larger households. We will see the results of this in the unused population capacity findings. And while eventually all of the housing currently occupied by older generations will turn over, the timing of the availability becomes a critical factor. The city is undertaking many initiatives that may help address involuntary underhousing and overhousing, a sample of which is shown in the slide. Combined, these initiatives should help to increase the affordable housing supply and continue to encourage the delivery of a mix of unit types and sizes. Using the measure of housing suitability is one way to monitor the future effectiveness of these combined initiatives. I'll now pass you up to Laurie, who will speak about the results of the housing turnover analysis.
So now that we've explored existing conditions, we're going to turn our attention to how much housing and what housing characteristics might be in demand in the future. In this section, we'll focus on older households vacating their dwellings as they age, thereby turning over their dwellings to younger households. Next slide, please. This chart breaks down the various steps undertaken in answering two key research questions. These steps include, in step A, we calculated how much housing demand might result from the estimated increase in population between 2016 and 2051. In step B, we calculated how much of this housing demand could be fulfilled by one of two components, either older generations turning over or vacating their dwellings, or the supply of new units. In step C, we compared the supply from those two components to the demand calculated in A and determined whether that demand was fulfilled, and which types of housing might be in shortfall or surplus and by how much. And then in step D, on the population side, we looked at how much additional population might result from the turnover of older households' dwellings. Next slide, please. So these household estimates are used to measure how much housing demand, how much demand might be fulfilled as older generations decline, while at the same time, the housing demand by younger generations is on the rise. This chart shows how much housing each generation would demand over time, with younger households shown in blue and older households shown in gray. The baby boomer households would decrease by a factor of 10, while at the same time, millennial households would double. This is the foundation of our base scenario, which is one of the 3 household estimate scenarios considered. Next slide, please. The base scenario represents what would happen if current demographic trends remain constant in the future. However, if we wanted to house people more equitably than the current status quo, we should also consider how much housing underhoused households might require to be housed suitably. This is where we connect our turnover analysis to our housing suitability analysis. So 2 additional scenarios incorporate demand components based on ratios of those who are underhoused, either involuntarily or in total. These scenarios are referred to as the low unmet and the high unmet demand scenarios. The unmet demand scenarios provide a range of additional housing that may be required over and above the base scenario in order to house Toronto's future population more comprehensively. Next slide, please. The unmet demand scenarios add a relatively small amount of additional demand over and above the base scenario. The key difference is in accounting for the housing needs of people living in housing that does not meet their needs and calculating the shift in supply required to bridge that gap. While none of the 3 scenarios are based on the growth plan forecasts, they are in the same ballpark. The growth plan's forecasts are based on a number of households that falls between the number in the low and the high unmet demand scenarios. Next slide, please. In terms of the results, about 60% of the future increase in demand for housing could be fulfilled by turnover in all 3 scenarios throughout the study period to 2051. So this leaves about 40% of the future increase in demand for housing that would need to be fulfilled by new units built between 2016 and 2051. If new units are built at the same levels over the next 35 years as they were during the last 35 years, Toronto would have roughly enough supply to house its total future households. However, based on historic completions, there would not be enough supply to meet the demand for housing with certain characteristics. Next slide, please. In all 3 scenarios, the increase in demand for apartments, units with up to 2 bedrooms, and own units would be fulfilled by a combination of turnover plus new supply, assuming that historic completion levels remain stable. The numbers for these dwelling types are all negative on the graph here, meaning that we wouldn't need any more completions of these types to meet the demand for them. In contrast, future demand would not be fulfilled for single or semi-detached houses, units with 3 or more bedrooms, or purpose-built rental units. These numbers are all positive on the graph, meaning that we would need more annual completions of these types to meet the demand. Again, this exercise is not about market fluctuations or what households might be able to afford in the future. It's just an estimate of future housing demand based on current demographic conditions and completion levels continued into the future. Next slide, please. We also looked at what turnover means in terms of population. As older households are at a later point in their life cycle when households tend to be smaller, their dwellings are not presently occupied to their fullest capacity in many cases. So what is the unused population capacity in the existing housing stock? An additional 213,000 persons could reside in existing older household dwellings if those dwellings were turned over to larger and younger households. So this equates to about a 16% increase in population compared to 2016 in those dwellings. Such a turnover could accommodate about a quarter of Toronto's forecasted population growth, according to the growth plan, to 2051. This turnover will occur naturally over time as older generations age out of the private housing stock. Next slide, please. This map shows where the additional 213,000 persons might be realized, largely by 2051. The city's outer suburbs in particular are anticipated to hold more people in the future as older households' dwellings turn over to younger households. Population growth is cyclical. Many of these areas that might see the greatest increase in population due to turnover to larger households are areas that have seen population declines in recent years. Note that this map does not show overhousing. This is a separate analysis based solely on where the turnover is likely to occur by 2051 and beyond, based on the age of the households and the smaller average household size of older households compared to younger ones. Next slide, please.
And finally, to some conclusions and next steps. Next slide, please. These estimates use the age structure of the city's population as a whole in order to describe how much housing and the types of housing that future households might demand based on current demographic conditions and housing trends continued into the future. And based on this analysis, there are three key takeaways. Firstly, the housing suitability analysis highlights the numbers of households by type that do not live in dwellings that suit their housing needs based on the composition of those households. So this analysis provides a way of being able to monitor occupancy trends as they change over time. And it also provides a baseline with which to monitor the collective impact of all the city-led initiatives. Second, the turnover of dwellings occupied by older households coupled with new housing supply is unlikely to fulfill the future demand for certain housing types, and this analysis shows us by how much. The estimates show that the size of the supply is not the sole issue, that the composition of the supply is also important. The estimates also indicate the minimum shift in supply that would be required to satisfy the anticipated unmet demand. And thirdly, the unused population capacity in the existing housing stock has the potential to accommodate a portion of Toronto's growing population as that housing stock turns over. So not all of the future population growth needs to be accommodated in new housing. Some of it will be absorbed by housing that's on the ground today. Next slide, please. As a part of our next steps, we need to incorporate the results of this analysis into the household projections that we need to create as a part of the Municipal Comprehensive Review as we plan for the household growth anticipated by 2051. The analysis will also be useful in the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods initiative, providing some overall estimates of the demand for different types of housing that could be contributed to these initiatives. And we'll be reporting out on some of the background research through the Neighborhood Change and Intensification Bulletin that is scheduled to be brought to this committee in November. By July of next year, we should have enough results available from the 2021 census in order to be able to assess the occupancy changes that have occurred over the past 5 years, as well as some of the initial impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we'll be able to determine whether or not there are changes in the occupancy trends by comparison to what we anticipated. And so we'll continue to monitor these trends. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to the speakers, and then we'll come back questions to staff. Beth Wilson is our first speaker. Good afternoon, Beth.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm the senior researcher with Social Planning Toronto, a nonprofit community organization, and I'm making this deputation today on behalf of Social Planning Toronto, our research partners, Dr. Luann Good-Gingrich from York University and Dr. Naomi Lightman from the University of Calgary. And I'm glad to speak to you about this impressive piece of work and major undertaking from city planning. I appreciate that this report is about serving a particular purpose, but it also raises a really important issues about underhousing and in rental housing that we would like to raise with you today. Last year, Social Planning Toronto, in partnership with Luann Good-Gingrich and Naomi Lightman, released a research report entitled Spaces and Places of Exclusion, Mapping Rental Housing Disparities for Toronto's Racialized and Immigrant Communities. And our research showed that underhousing among tenant households is not only a housing and a planning issue, it is also a racial justice issue and a matter of public health. So I wanted to share a few statistics with you. We found 45% of racialized individuals in tenant households are underhoused, compared to 16% of the white population. Individuals in tenant households who identified as Filipino, South Asian, West Asian, and Arab had the highest rates of underhousing, affecting 49% or more of individuals. And about half of new immigrants and refugees in tenant households are underhoused. One way that tenants, particularly racialized individuals, new immigrants, and refugees are coping with the lack of affordable housing is to sacrifice space and suitability. In our submission, you'll find two maps that very much tell a tale of two cities. These maps show the rates of underhousing for racialized individuals in tenant households by ward and non-racialized individuals in tenant households by ward. And the rates are dramatically different in every single ward in the city. So for example, councillors in your own wards, the rates of unsuitable housing are 2, 3, and even nearly 4 times higher for racialized individuals compared to white individuals in tenant households. We sometimes hear that these statistics are a reflection of cultural diversity and varying cultural norms. And sometimes it's suggested the implication is perhaps underhousing is not a serious concern for racialized and immigrant communities. So this is an important issue to discuss. First, there are cultural differences in household size, in multi-generational households, household types. However, we need to make a distinction between the choices we make about the family members that we live with and whether the housing is meeting the need. It's important to separate out choices about family and choices about housing. And for tenants, the latter is often deeply constrained. To understand these issues more, we accessed some additional census data for the Toronto region, and it shows that within specific racialized populations, rates of underhousing are much higher for tenant households compared to homeowners. So for example, South Asian households who rent have a rate of unsuitable housing that is more than 3 times higher than South Asian households who own their homes. And we find similar differences between tenants and homeowners within each specific racialized population. The data suggests to us that given resources, many individuals would opt for more suitable housing for themselves and their families. And it further highlights the serious issue of underhousing for racialized tenants. Underhousing is an important marker of stark disparities that are disproportionately experienced by racialized and immigrant communities. I'd like to conclude with 4 recommendations that we would like you to consider to identify and adopt effective practices from other jurisdictions that specifically address underhousing and rental housing, to measure and evaluate the city's own plans on housing and addressing underhousing, to apply an equity lens, and to implement and identify changes to the official plan that would address underhousing in rental housing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Beth. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Daryl Chong. Daryl?
Nice to see you, Deputy Mayor, committee members. Good afternoon and happy Friday. I'm Daryl Chong with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. First, I'd like to thank the Chief Planner and the planning staff for this comprehensive and very detailed report. It's chock full of very valuable information. But because they did such a thorough job, it's more than 200 pages long. While I recommend you read the whole thing, I don't know if you've had time. So if you haven't got a chance to get through it yet, just want to draw your attention to specifically to page 105. I've also copied that section in my short letter, which was kindly distributed by the committee administrator to you. Page 105 states, the average number of annual rental completions would need to increase by 2,549 between 2016 and 2051 to fill the base scenario demand for these units. Within Toronto, 4,114 rental units would need to be built annually in order to fulfill the increase in younger generations' demands in the 35 years between 2016 and 51. This number includes 2,549 more rental units annually on top of the 1,565 average annual rental completions that were built in the past 35 years. Given that 4,114 or more rental completions per year has only been achieved once in that period, it is very unlikely that this level of rental development could be achieved consistently in the future without expanded policy and program support for the rental housing sector. So this is the first time that I recall seeing exact numbers. The report says an annual requirement of 4,114 units. We only build 1,565 units, which equals an annual shortfall of 2,549 rental units. So we need to build 2.5 times more than the current completion rate for a whole generation, 35 years, just to fulfill the current and impending need. That section, which I've highlighted, also concludes that policy and program support for the rental housing sector is required. So we'd love to build lots of rental housing. We've been trying for years and years. You've seen projects probably cross over your desks, proposals that maybe never made it to fruition. We want to continue to work collaboratively with city staff and the city to bring these sort of concepts to Keys. Together, I think we can make it work, but I don't know of any other business that has this much demand and the suppliers of the product are unable to provide it. You know, if you were selling anything else out there and the people were clamoring for it, you would make it happen. But the economics don't support it in most cases. That's why we haven't been building much for the last generation. But we need to. Now that you've quantified it, we have some exact numbers and some goals and targets. I think we need to set our minds to figuring out how to make this work. So just want to let you know that the GTA's members are here to continue to collaborate with staff and see if we can come up with some creative solutions to fill the need as we approach, you know, the requirement over the next 35 years as detailed in the report. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Daryl. Really appreciate it. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Questions of staff? No questions of staff? I do have a couple questions of staff. In one slide, you said that 25% of the population growth could be accommodated with the existing stock, but I thought I saw it in another slide, it said 60% on turnover. So I was a little bit confused. Is it 60% of the growth or 25% of the growth?
Can I ask Michael Wright to answer that question, Deputy Mayor, or Lori?
I'll again invite Lori to join me through the chair. We're referring to two different kinds of analysis. One analysis deals with the availability of the existing stock in terms of the turnover of generations in order to be able to, for the housing to be able to accommodate additional people. And the other deals with the magnitude of the anticipated unmet demand for additional housing from one generation to the next. So one analysis deals with the turnover of generations, and the other analysis is dealing with the capacity of the stock. Lori?
That's right. Through the chair, The 60% refers to households, growth in the increase in demand in households or housing, and the 16% refers to the increased capacity in the population.
So is that because family sizes are getting smaller, so you get more capacity with the stock, the stock that you have? Is that what major reason why the numbers are different?
To you, Madam Chair, no, the analysis that has to do with the additional population capacity of the housing is because as people age in place, the households become smaller. So households become empty nesters, children move out, eventually the average number of persons per household declines in a given area based on its time of first occupancy. As that entire neighborhood turns over, then newer households move in. They're typically younger. They're typically larger in size in terms of the households, so the occupancy of the stock goes up. But the existing stock on the ground was already built. So there's an unused capacity that happens, which is therefore reabsorbed by the turnover of people from one generation to the next. And that's where the additional capacity is. It's in the housing that's already built.
Okay. Okay, I'll read a little bit more. I might need to come back to you at a later time. What are the reasons that we took into, that we assumed for turnover? Did we take in consideration downsizing, people moving, and did we just take in consideration the trends that we've had seen in the past? Was that it?
To you, Madam Chair. We undertook a number of different styles of analysis around these same kinds of numbers. We looked to see whether or not households were downsizing at the rate today as they were in the past, or whether the downsizing was greater or less. We looked at the degree to which housing was turning over from one generation to the next. We examined the differences in the sizes of the generations to see that even if they downsized or the housing turned over at the same rate, whether or not the relative sizes of the generations made a difference. So we looked at the opportunities for households to move and the implications that had in the accommodation of housing. So we looked at all of those factors. We also considered the Canadian Housing Survey, which expresses, carried out by Statistics Canada, that expressed the preferences for households for looking for different kinds of housing. And it noted that the older households tend to be looking to age in place or to move closer to family, whereas the younger households were looking for larger dwellings. So we took all of those factors into account, and there's a variety of analyses to support it.
So on your conclusions, there was two areas that were really under pressure, the rental and the 3 and 4 bedrooms dwellings, correct? So are the next steps to look into policies where we can specifically address these areas? Like what next steps are you going to be taking into looking into these two areas specifically?
Through the chair, there are a number of initiatives, of course, already underway by a variety of city divisions, including the Housing Secretariat, in exploring these issues. The Exploring Housing Options in Neighborhoods initiative is one of those, looking to look at opportunities in order to increase the supply of housing. Inclusionary zoning policies are another that would be reported back to this committee in September. The Growing Up Guidelines, trying to accommodate families and children within new vertical communities, provides some policy guidance in this area. So there's a number of different initiatives that are already underway. What this analysis serves to do is to identify the magnitudes of the demand. And so we can use this information with respect to EHON in particular in order to identify some of the numbers that we need to achieve. So it gives us a baseline measure.
I think that the step that we're missing is, so we've identified the issues. There's some things that are happening. So what is the impact that those actions are going to have back to these numbers? I think that it's almost, I think that maybe a year from now we should say, okay, what is EHON going to do to these numbers? What actions in our rental policies we've done that is going, and how is it going to impact these numbers? And what actions are we having, to have more turnover and more family-sized units being built that is going to have an impact in these numbers?
Yeah, I think through the chair, that's exactly right. And when you look at the 40,000 units, for example, under the Housing Action Plan as a target, and then it's broken down in the Housing Action Plan, and various initiatives deliver on component parts of that overall target. And I think we need to tie them back to that and to the overall housing need to meet our minimum population growth targets that are set by the province for 2051. That's in the order of 650,000 people. So finding ways to match all of these housing initiatives, as you point out, having some sort of metric with each one where we can reasonably expect each initiative to achieve a certain contribution to not only meet the supply, but I think the team's work is pointing out that there's a even finer grained issue around need, that supply in and of itself doesn't answer the question, that we've really got to be careful about the need of the population and considering other aligned initiatives around equity, climate, transportation. There are a lot of interconnected components here that we've got to be, building back, as you said, to the metrics that we associate with each of these housing initiatives. And monitor it. I think that the overall point is, let's monitor our progress to achieving some realistic goals under each of these initiatives.
Those are my questions. Great piece of work here. If I could have my screen back, there we go. Speakers on the item, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have a motion, if the clerk can please put that onto the screen. The motion is largely borrowing and leaning into the recommendations coming from the Social Planning Toronto, Council of Toronto. And I want to be able to unpack this a little bit further. So the request is to have the Executive Director of City Planning, Chief Planner, to report back by the October 2021 meeting of Planning and Housing with some policy options and some policy review regarding addressing the overcrowding in rental housing, creating affordable housing rental stock that is 3 bedrooms and larger to accommodate larger families, and to address underhousing in Indigenous racialized individuals, as well as women and single parent-led immigrant and refugee households. Also to ask the Chief Planner to do a jurisdictional scan of what other municipalities are doing to address these same issues, and to see you can gather as much information and data as possible to address this matter through a lens of race and gender. I want to thank the staff for this really insightful report. I think that what you have put onto the table for this committee is hopefully a good foundation for us to build a new policy framework around. It's critically important for us to look at the issue around right sizing with a lens around racial as well as gender justice. I think we can't be able to address the inequalities when it comes to housing without taking a look at the issues of race, gender, income inequalities, and those sort of things. And I would also offer intergenerational wealth. Obviously, for those who come from families with means, and you're talking about seniors growing out of their homes, it's most likely going to be transferred to their descendants and other people in their communities that they are aware of. And overwhelmingly, I think that we can all assess that it is people with means are generally people who are white. And so it continues to perpetuate a cycle of violence and a cycle of poverty for those who are underhoused. And I say violence because without housing, you're subjected to violence. You're subjected to the violence of of being in crowded conditions. You're subjected to violence because you have kids who are not able to have the privacy that they need, especially if they are different genders reaching a certain age. There is a lot of pressure on the family when they have to live in ways that are not healthy. And having that extra space just allows for us to accommodate the type of growing and dynamic families that exist. The other thing I would offer you is that during the pandemic, we've all learned that, unless you have that extra room, whether it's a den or a solarium or an office space or a basement, you're literally crowded into your bedroom. And I think that we've all been on various Zoom meetings where we see that community members cannot participate because they just don't have access, not to just the technology, but they have no access to privacy. And the same thing goes for students who were forced into online learning. Not only were they limited because they didn't have enough devices at home, you need multiple devices, you need good quality bandwidth for Wi-Fi, but you need physical space to have those conversations in online classroom learning. So the issue around housing and whether or not someone is overhoused or underhoused, I think we really need to address this and look at the data as it comes forward and all the policy work that staff have got to do with a lens around equity. And breaking through that substrate is around race, around gender, and of course, income inequality. So I hope that the next time round with more census information and more deeper dive into these complex problems is that we are then able to create a policy that can address the inequities. And that's what I hope that we can strive to. And I'd like us to not to think about creating new guidelines, but it should be creating new hardline adopted policies that if you want to build in the City of Toronto, if we're going to talk about addressing our housing inequality and the housing crisis, then we're going to have to flip this whole paradigm on its head and start to think about this as housing as a common and not necessarily just as private wealth and private accommodations. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I have questions of the mover, and if anybody else questions of the mover? No? Councillor, two things. Would you consider having the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat added to the motion as well, since you're asking for creation of affordable units? I think that would be important.
Yes, that's a very excellent suggestion. Okay. I'd be happy to receive that.
Thank you. And the second one is if there's this is very important work, and I thank you for putting this on the table, but I know that staff is scrambling to get the inclusionary zoning and all the PMTSAs ready, which is a ton of work that we need to do. And if we could have this coming back in Q1 of 2022, it'd be really helpful. We have the community benefit charge and the inclusionary zoning and PMTSAs.
Yeah,
it's all the same team.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor, I would also be amenable to that change. And as Michael was citing all the different policies that were forthcoming to this committee, I was actually feeling slightly guilty about advancing such a rapid deadline. So Q1 2022 is fine. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And thank you for moving this motion. Thank you. Okay, any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, with those changes, can we move on Councillor Wong-Tam's motion? All those in favor? That vote carries. Item as amended, that vote carries. Great. Thank you so much. If we can now go back to item 24.5, I have a motion asking for a report back from planning to on a process to require these that applications containing residential use they have to submit an analysis on how the application will address and provide affordable rental or ownership housing. So this is to be included in the pre-application consultation, and it is to discuss the affordable housing and how the application will address the city's policies related to providing a full range of housing. you know, and I know that we're working on inclusionary zoning that will require for the provision of affordable housing in the PMTSAs, and so in those applications, that conversation will definitely happen. But I think as part of the beginning of the conversation, we need to start putting this on the table when applications come through the city. I often say when I talk to staff about this, I said, listen, before being a counselor, I did marketing and I worked for a bank, and, people used to say, we can't force people to buy a credit card, for example. Of course not, we can't. But there's a conversation to be had. There's a way to position these things. And I think that once an application comes to the city, we have to look at, building complete communities, building how we are building our city and how we're responding to the different policies that the city has. And I think that message needs to be very clear to our developers when they come to the city, that affordable housing needs to be part of that, and how they're providing and responding to our policies needs to be part of the conversation, and how they're addressing that. So that's what I'm asking staff to do through this motion, and I hope to get your support for that. And this is on item 24.5, which we had paused. So all those in favor? Can we move it as a package, committee? Yes?
Hey, I'm thrilled with your motion.
There you go. Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay, item 24.9, 24.8, I think Councillor Fletcher, you had held the item.
Yeah, I held the item just to advise someone that was there. I haven't heard back, so we'll just continue with that. Thanks. I'll move that, Chair.
Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. Item 24.9, disposal of land in parks and open space areas and the green space system for certain infrastructure and conservation projects. The draft official plan amendment. There's a very quick presentation from staff.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Mario Giambattista. I'm here today, and thank you for having me. I've been asked to provide a short presentation on the report before you today, which is seeking approval to consult on a draft proposed official plan amendment to enhance the governance for the disposal of land in parks and open space areas. Next slide, please. I would first like to just provide some background on why we're bringing forward this draft OPA for discussion. Over the past number of years, the city has seen a marked increase in requests for disposals of land in parks and open space areas and our green space system as a result of infrastructure projects. Now, while the official plan provides a conservation projects, public transit, and essential public works and utilities are permitted uses were supported by an appropriate assessment in parks and open space areas. The official plan at the same time prohibits the enabling transaction, that is the disposal of, unless there is a land exchange. As a result, the current plan doesn't allow for disposal without a site-specific official plan amendment, regardless of the project scope or potential impacts. Yet the city has amended the plan at least 28 times in the past based on a supportable rationale. Ultimately, this volume of easements requests received from infrastructure providers combined with the review time is creating a backlog of projects. Next slide, please. To address the sample of issues that I have described, an OPA is proposed to introduce criteria to evaluate disposal requests in parks and open space areas and the green space system. The text of the draft OPA is included in attachment 1 of the report before you. The goals of the OPA are to support development of conservation projects, public transit, essential public works and utilities without an amendment to the official plan, but only where it is demonstrated that the policies of the official plan are maintained. Second, the goal is to protect land in parks and open space areas in the green space system to the highest extent possible. And third, to improve the utilization of staff time to focus on the review of disposal requests, which would still require an official plan amendment. It should be noted that under the draft OPA, staff will continue to seek to maintain or where possible increase the size and utility of parkland when reviewing these requests for disposals. And finally, the draft OPA would not change the existing surplus declaration or disposal approval process, but rather would just provide a mechanism to allow disposal transactions to proceed through this process without a site-specific OPA first being obtained. Next slide, please. So with that overview, what the next steps are, we are planning to consult with key stakeholders, Metrolinx, Indigenous communities, utility providers, and to have a public open house in Q3 of 2021 with the results of the open house and the stakeholder consultations and a final recommended official plan amendment. And with that, that would end my presentation.
Thank you so much. Question, oh, sorry, we do have speakers on this item. First speaker we have is Rosemary Watterson.
To the chair, that speaker is not connected.
Okay, is Ian Song? Good afternoon, Ian.
Hi, I'm here.
There you go. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Consultation staff, it has been a long Friday afternoon. Thank you for hanging in there, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I believe I am the last deputant, so I promise to make it as painless as I can. My name is Ian. I am with State Jimmy Simpson. We are a grassroots community group working to put the Ontario Line underground in Leslieville in order to protect our community's parks, health, and well-being. The amendment under consideration
also include
the amendment under consideration potentially paves the way for city parklands to be destroyed without due diligence on community impact. And I'm here to ask that the city maintain its strong protection for parks and green spaces. People in Leslieville know too well what a streamlined process looks like for delivering infrastructure. As it pertains to the Ontario Line, streamlining has come to mean nothing more than a euphemism for disregarding environmental standards and leaving the public out of the decision-making process. And we are deeply concerned about Metrolinx's destructive above-ground Ontario Line. Their plan will cut down hundreds of trees along the rail corridor, permanently reduce the available parkland, and expose local residents to dangerous levels of noise, vibration, and pollution. Yet, no environmental assessment would look at the human health impacts. Health Canada, the federal agency, has criticized Metrolinx's failure to address the potential for human health risks and their failure to address how vulnerable populations will be differentially impacted by this project. Not only is Metrolinx's environmental assessment woefully inadequate, it is scheduled to be published after construction has begun. Isn't the idea of environmental assessment to identify potential negative impacts and alter the design as needed? Metrolinx is making mockery of public consultation, and this is a wake-up call for the city to pay close attention to what's happening to its own neighborhoods. In 2019 Parkland Strategy Report, the city designated our neighborhood as an acquisition priority area where a city should work to provide more parkland. Many homes in Leslieville have no backyard, and there are many living in high-rise condos and social and supportive housing units with no access to private outdoor space. So I cannot overstate the devastating impact on our quality of life if we were to lose our parks. Metrolinx's disrespect for local community is already well known to councillors on this committee. Councillor Bradford is fighting for Smalls Creek, Councillor Wong-Tam, the first Parliament site, Councillor Bailao's all-night construction at Davenport Diamond, and Councillor Fletcher is fighting to save Leslieville. I've lost the count of number of motions passed by the City Council urging Metrolinx to act differently. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Metrolinx has ignored City Council's wishes at every turn. Why is the City of Toronto bending over backwards to accommodate Metrolinx? Why is the City of Toronto lowering its own standards on protecting its parks? Public transit is important, and I understand the city wants to support post-COVID recovery with infrastructure investment, but it must not come at the expense of local communities' health and safety. It must not compromise the quality of life for thousands of its residents. There's simply too many unknowns as to how above-ground Ontario Line will affect Leslieville, and I'm here to urge you to do everything you can to protect our parks and our playgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I'm going to try one more time the previous speaker, Rosemary Watterson.
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Rosemary. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on this amendment about exchanging city-owned land in the green space system for other nearby land. While this amendment may seem like an innocuous way to streamline coordination on city building projects, I see it as removing an important tool that the city can use when Metrolinx wants to take over control of critical green space in central Toronto. Currently, Metrolinx must apply for an official plan amendment when they want to take over a section of parkland. Well, that's good. Changing this to allow the chief planner and general manager of parks, forestry, and recreation to make these decisions might save time, but it will not help to save parks. The small parks that line the rail corridors of Toronto are valuable green spaces for our citizens. This amendment will make it easier for Metrolinx to take over these bits of parkland beside rail corridors. The residents along the corridors will not benefit if this parkland is exchanged for, to quote, nearby land, because there is no available nearby land. That's the point. The rail corridors run through dense residential areas, and these precious bits of green space are not easily replaced. For example, in the Leslieville area where I live, the Lakeshore East rail corridor runs right through 6 parks. Metrolinx plans to expand this corridor to accommodate the Ontario line. They want to take over land that's owned by the city for this expansion. This is particularly problematic because the City Parkland Strategy 2019 report deems this area as being in the second lowest category of parkland in the city, and it designates this area as a parkland priority area. More people are moving into this area every year, most into high-rises. The few parks in the area are essential for the health of community residents. This issue is particularly frustrating because Metrolinx doesn't need to take over the parkland along the 1.6-kilometer rail corridor through Leslieville. They could build this section of the Ontario line underground. And if they did this, no parkland would be lost. The city has asked Metrolinx to consider it will make it easier for Metrolinx to move forward with their plan to widen the Lakeshore East rail corridor by taking over some of city-owned parks. And while I support your recommendation to hold a public open house about the proposed amendment, I note that the recommendation also specifies that Metrolinx is one of the significant stakeholders in this matter. Now, I'm sure, I expect anyway, that Metrolinx wants this amendment as they will be the main beneficiary. not the citizens of Toronto. The experience of our community members dealing with Metrolinx on the Ontario line has led us to be very wary of this agency. I don't want to make it any easier for Metrolinx to take over Parkland. I want them to have to apply for an official plan amendment for each inch of green space. Anything that slows down their efforts to destroy our parks is just fine with me. I urge you to do everything in your power to protect the green spaces of our city. Do not agree to exchange parkland along the rail corridors for green spaces in other areas. Save our parks. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Oh, sorry, questions of staff. Sorry.
How about questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know you're tired.
It's been a long afternoon. Questions of staff. Here we go. Councillor Fletcher.
I think the deputants, I'm going to have well, I've got a motion, I'll speak to that, but the deputants are really concerned about the city giving away land in parkland deficient areas by agreeing to disposing of in this way. So can someone please address that?
Maybe I'll start, Madam Speaker, through to Councillor Fletcher. Just the origin of this dates back some years as the city has tried to manage various requests for disposal of land that go beyond 21 years, which under the law represents a sale. So you may recall council's dealt with numerous official plan amendments where utilities and other public works have needed easements in parks and in other open space areas. And the city entertains and evaluates the merit of each one and processes individual official plan amendments. The context of transit is more recent, of course, but the context for staff would still be the same as it always has been, that we would evaluate the merit of that undertaking. And the attempt here, and this is for consultation, is to set out some criteria that we would otherwise apply in these situations. I would point out, and Derek can speak to this, that the situation in particular with the province is that they have Crown authority and other legislative tools that might, impair an objective that we might otherwise have, but Derek can speak to that.
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, through you, Madam Chair. Greg is quite right. The province has that Crown authority and will, has indicated that they will use it if they feel necessary, and they also have the ability to expropriate property. So either way, they may choose to use that as a tool.
You're done, Councillor?
Oh.
Yep.
Well, yes, I'll have something to say about that, but I'm going to move some motions.
Any other questions of staff? Councillor Perks.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that I follow what Councillor Fletcher was just told. So you're recommending we're doing this in part because if we don't do it, the province can do it anyway? Is that what that meant?
Through the chair, no, I didn't, certainly mean to say it that way.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm just putting it out on the table that they have that power. I tried to explain that we have situations more commonly than the situation with Metrolinx, where the city has to evaluate 21-year and plus dispositions in our open space, and the challenges that we've had over the years to support for suggesting this new approach.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata? Councillor Nunziata, you're on mute.
happened in the past, especially with Toronto Hydro 1, where they've done new infrastructure that they have applied to the city for an easement within the parkland, correct? I mean, that's been happening for years.
That's correct. There are situations like that.
Yeah, where there's new inputs. Okay, just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Speakers on the item? Councillor Fletcher? Oh, sorry.
Send some motions.
We
Sorry.
don't have it ready yet. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? No. Councillor Perks?
See Councillor Fletcher's motion before I speak. Sorry, if I speak.
Okay.
It's not ready yet.
My motion will be to have a stakeholder meeting with those folks along the corridor where parks are that could be lost, so they understand it. And that
Councillor
parks
Fletcher,
deficient
I'm going to
areas-
do something.
Are you?
It's Friday,
Gonna do it?
6:15, and I know we're all tired, so if Clerks is getting the motion ready, but can you speak to it, and we'll, as soon as we're...
Okay.
Yeah, let's get going.
Thank you. I had a briefing to understand that there are little small parcels here and there that aren't main parks or in parks deficient areas that staff would like to be able to deal with a little more expeditiously. And then they're going to lay out criteria for when there would have to be an official plan amendment. So currently there's an official plan amendment for everything. What circumstance would there not be an official plan amendment? And I think public's worried that their concerns won't be met, because right now everything would have to have an official plan amendment, irrespective of whether or not Metrolinx can move in or the province can move in and take anything. And so it is really important that particularly those areas right now that people are really attuned to, that are parks that will lose a great amount of space, that are actually in parkland deficient areas. I believe the public doesn't want those to be caught in a delegated authority. They want to have those as official plan amendments, just as we have today. And so the discussion of what the criteria would be, whether or not to have an official plan amendment, is really quite important. I would say in parks deficient areas, you would always have to have it, and significant amount of space, you'd have to have a official plan amendment. However, I was quite struck by the fact that there'll be a stakeholder meeting with Metrolinx and all of this, but not communities that are affected. So I have a motion to have that as well, a meeting with the community that's very affected by loss of parkland. I think you've heard me talking about that for a year and a half now, about the impact on trees, the impact on parkland. And I'm not sure this actually addresses the impact on trees. I'd asked staff about that in my briefing, but they weren't clear. So that would be able to be really fine-tuned and gone through with a fine-tooth comb in one of those discussions to really understand what the process would be, whether it could simply be disposed of in this way, or whether it would have to go through a proper process of an official plan to shed significant park areas, particularly in an area where it is deficient. If it's simply egregious, and that is, I believe, would always end up as an official plan amendment, but there's a bit of a gray area. So that would be my motion to, when you see that, I don't know. And I'm sorry, it just got there now.
Okay, Councillor.
Pretty innocuous.
We're just
have
gonna
a meeting with the folks along the corridor, and B, add the criteria. I guess we could add that in later, that parks deficient areas can't be part of it. So I could just withdraw that one and ask for that meeting, please. Make it easier for everybody.
Can you check?
I know it's not going to city council, so that's fine. Yes, that's good. Perfect.
Okay,
Yes,
we're good
fine.
to go? Okay.
Yes. Oh, thank you. I had city council in there. I'm sorry. Thank you, clerk. You're so smart. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, we're going to display Councillor Fletcher's motion for a vote. Just give us 1 second, we're just getting it ready. Okay. So all those in favor, if I could get my screen back so I can just see the vote. That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor, that carries. That completes our agenda. I do want to thank all the teams that are here on the call. This was a extra meeting that we had to put just because there's so much happening and everybody is working so hard. So to all of you, our deepest gratitude for all the work that you're doing. The reason why we're here today is because of all the work and all the really full agendas that we have with work that you're all doing. So thank you. And I want to thank the team here as well. Clerks, thank you for all your work. And to all the members of the community, thank you. I hope you still go out and maybe enjoy a patio. If not today, during the weekend, and enjoy the weekend. And thank you once again. We'll see you back on the 28th for the scheduled June meeting, because this one was a extra special one that we had to add in there. So thank you, everyone.
It was extra special, all right.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're all welcome on the Danforth tonight.